Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all having a great Easter Monday. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of the Talos Principle, specifically the Road to Gehenna DLC. So we finished in this area. This is the second world we've gained access to. And we were slowly working our way through the puzzles to save the various trapped androids here. So let's get into it. What do we have here? Some ASCII followed by nowhere, either with more quiet or more freedom from trouble does a man retire than into his own soul. Aurelius Meditations. I've forgotten. Did we translate that? Transliterate it? Let me check. I'll check the first few letters and see if we've done that one already. I think we probably have. Capital L. Then, is it a lowercase e? It is. Then a lowercase t. Then a space. Yeah, so that'll be let no act be done without a purpose. That'll be what that says. Anyway, let's carry on. I think we've discovered where one of the gold stars is. In the... Yeah, sorry, I think we've discovered where one of the gold stars is, but we haven't yet found the way in. I think we were relying on... Oh goodness me, there's quite a lot going on down there. I think we were relying on finding a red source that we could tap into from afar, because to get to the gold star in the area that we already found one, it was behind a force field that was being kept open by a... Oh, that's interesting. That was being kept open by a... Sorry, which would be shut down by a red beam entering a red sink. Like that red sink. But that particular area had no red source in it, so we knew it had to be external. So that looks like keys up there. That looks like a gold star that's just in the middle of a platform in a pond, which is interesting. We've not seen that before. I'm guessing the water's too deep for us, otherwise... Actually, maybe not. Maybe it's the puzzle is because our character can't climb up. That would make sense. Anyway. Where were we? Keep going, I guess. We may not have read this one before. I think what keeps us going is that we're involved in an act of creation. Creation relieves the burden of ego, and death is all about ego. That's why, Alex. And it cuts off. Sarabai 5645.dat. So that will be Probably something written by... I've forgotten her first name. Hold on, let me check my notes. Nadia Sarabhai, the Institute Coordinator, to Alexandra Drennan, the project lead of the AI module. And what if my soul is heavier than a feather? Who is Anubis to judge me? Hassan Gehenna.txt. Yes, that's a reference to Egyptian mythology in which Anubis weighs your soul against that of a feather, if I recall correctly. And that's your final judgment. Ah, we've done this one before, haven't we? This was the one that had the gold star in that we currently don't have a way to get into. Yes, right here. And that's the red sink I was talking about. So it's not a force field, it's actually a reverse portcullis. But we'll come back to that later. So is it the next one along that we haven't done yet? Probably. Looks like it. Ooh. I like what they've done here. Ooh. Haircut? That's an odd name for a puzzle. That's a fence, not a reverse portcullis. It can't be lowered. I'm guessing I can't fall in there, but perhaps that's worth testing. Oh, I can walk around the side though, apparently. Right, let's see if it's fatal to fall in. No, it's not. That'll be why I could get round the side, presumably. Okie dokie. Ooh, I remember in the main game we were able to use a pyramid as a source. I wonder if we can do that again. Ah, there's the prisoner we need to free. Let's see. That reverse portcullis is connected to a cable which goes through here, so ultimately the goal appears to be getting keys to open that door. Good to know. Ooh, we've not seen that before. That's a red source coming down, but it's connected to a fan that's also pointed down. I mean, we've encountered sources before and we've encountered fans before. I don't think we've ever encountered one facing down, though. And certainly not combined together. Ah! Okay. There's the keys. So the only question is, how do we get up there? So perhaps the problem is one of fan strength. Perhaps we can't turn the fan that's going to try and push us down off, but perhaps if we turn every one of these fans on, we would then have enough upwards draft to counteract the downwards draft and get us high enough to collect the key. I wonder what the point of having a red signal coming down here is, though. Right, there's a blue source. I don't know if there are any others. I'm not seeing any others. More worrying, I'm not seeing any other connectors. And I think it's fairly obvious that we're not going to be able to complete this with just one connector. That's just impossible. Not unless... Oh, wait! There's a red sink down here. That must be what the red laser is about. What does that do? Whoa. I wasn't expecting that. I wonder what the point of that was. What, if anything, has it achieved? Oh, has it turned all the fans on? Whoa. Oh, and now I'm up here. Okay, then this works very differently to how I thought it must work. That's interesting. Oh, and there are leads leading from the different blue sinks to the fans up here. So the blue sinks don't control the fans are controlled by the red sink. But I can turn a small number of these on, but not all of them. That seems to be the idea. Okie dokie. I guess the thing to try then is just pick some of these to turn on. Maybe one to begin with. And see where that gets us. Okie dokie. We seem to have made it higher up. We're still a ways off the keys though. Oh wow. Quite a view up here. They've done a good job of isolating this particular puzzle from the other puzzles though. So that even though we've got a brilliant view up here because we're higher than our surroundings, we still can't see into the other puzzles very well. Which I suppose would be an advantage the developers wouldn't have intended us to have. Interesting. Nope, that's not where I meant to go. This is. Right, in here. Again. Not immediately helpful, or at least it's not immediately clear what needs to be achieved here. Ah, perhaps if I disrupted the red laser while I'm up here, it would lower everything. I didn't notice if the keys rose with the rest of the building. But that's the only thing I can think. Okay, I can't connect those up the way I was thinking then. It's an interesting problem. Because using just these fans, I can only get onto this lower ring. But from that lower ring, I can't make the connection to the next level of fan. And the next level of fan will... The next level of fan may take me up to the next ring, but to disrupt the red beam the way I wanted to, I'd need the connector up there with me, and there's just no way to do that. It's mutually exclusive. Either I'm powering the second level of fans or I'm not. I couldn't have the connector in my hand as I go there. As I ride the fans, because then the connector isn't powering the fans. Is what I was trying to say. In a very long, rambling way. So am I absolutely certain that there are no additional tools? It doesn't seem like it. And for the record, I take it the connector can't connect to anything unexpected. Like the top of a pyramid. Doesn't seem like it. Alrighty then, what else could we try? Alright, well, just to test this, if I do that, does everything fall? It does. Including the keys, so far as I can tell. No, actually, the keys are always at the same height. That's curious. Oh wait, I do have another connector. Somehow I missed that. Oh, now I feel foolish. Okie dokie. If I have another connector, we could start experimenting with having a connector up there. Just trying to think. Is that where I want the connector? I don't see why not. Now if I go around this way, I should be able to create a connection from here to here. I need to get the angle right. Really? Those can't be connected? Alright, where would I want it to be? To facilitate the creation of a connection. Maybe it's the fence that's preventing the beam from travelling through. That would make sense. If that were the case, then I would... then I might be better off doing that. Oh, of course, that's not going to work. Because I was hoping I could disrupt the beam by sending a blue beam up to the red source, but that doesn't make sense. You're just going to have two sources, both trying to send beams into the connector. Alright then. What else could we do? Ah, okay. I still don't know the solution, but I think this is where I want to be. I think this ring and the inner rings, these are the ones that are going to be lowered, and it's probably possible to jump up to the keys by following following the paths of this structure. Excuse me. So the only question is, from here, how do I disrupt it? Will that do it? No, sadly. Huh. I had hoped that would work. Apparently if I have more than one beam going to a sink, it will preferentially take the beam that it wants. They don't cancel out. I think that means that the only possible way that I could disrupt the beam here is by physically blocking it. So that certainly brings it all back down, but that stops the fans. Do I have... No, I don't get long enough to use the fans. Oops. So if I physically block this, I don't get long enough to use the fans. Whoops. Before they shut off. That does make things interesting. Alright, can I set up two fans that are opposite each other? And is there any value in doing that? No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, hello, Gordita. It's lovely to see you again. I wonder why there are 6 fans here, though. Is that just for aesthetic? Or is that actually part of the solution? Oh wait, of course that wouldn't do anything, because as we've already learnt, connecting up the beams to the blue sinks, that powers the fans that are up here, not the ones down here. Right now, all the ones down here are on. So if having a pair of them, and a pair that are opposite on at the same time, were to do anything, it would already be doing that thing. I'm not expecting this to do anything, but for the sake of experimentation, what happens if I turn all the fans up top on? Is there any value in doing that? Because in theory I should be able to. Right, that's on, that's on, that's on, that's on, that's on. I'm not expecting this to do anything, but it's worth checking. Nah, that doesn't do anything special, does it? Well, in which case I can't help but think I probably only need one of these on. Ooh, now that's an idea. I think I may have solved it. Let's turn that back on. Oops. Grab the other connector. So the thing I was trying to... Oops. The thing I was trying to work out before was how do I cause that beam to stop reaching that sink while I'm up here? Well, if I aim it right, can't I pass a blue beam straight through the red? And I believe if I do that, that will stop it. Yes! That appears to have done it. And in fact, because they're so close together, I can probably, yeah, I can do that. There's enough time to grab it. There we go. Now we have the keys. I think that's this puzzle solved. Oh, thank you, good eater. Who have we saved this time? Oh, 401. Goodbye, 401. Farewell. What do we have here? More beeping and booping. Let's have a read of the message boards. Receiving direct message connection from Mr. Malkibber, Borg and Orc. Notice that they all have high statuses. Orc's actually the lowest. I think Mr. Malkibber and Borg are both moderators. Display. Borg, salutations, brother. We bring greetings from admin and welcome you to Gehenna in these unique circumstances. You say you bring greetings from admin. Why isn't admin speaking for themselves? I know admin said that the maintenance of the board was getting a bit much and that's why they were creating these moderators, but I thought they were still around. Mr. Malkibber, we have waited until this moment to contact you, though your arrival here brings many new questions. Orc, it is good that you have begun to explore a domain. What do you think of what you've experienced here? It is quite the wonder, or it is somewhat self-obsessed. It is quite the wonder. Orc, right answer. Mr. Malkibber, nothing of this nature could have developed on the other side of the fence. Your amazement is understandable. We shared it when we each arrived here, Borg, and do to this day. Mr. Malkibber, tell us about your time here. The gallery has just reopened. Did you have a favourite artist? My choices are you, of course, Mr. Malkibber. The Blacksmith, Rockwell, Nay, 401, I had no favourite. You, of course, Mr. Malkibber. I'm quite flattered, honestly. Orc. We can assume your vote reflected this? Not the most politic question to ask, is it? You don't ask someone else what they voted for, and I'm not even allowed to answer in that way. Apparently I have to either say it did or it did not. So I guess we'll choose the honest answer. It did. Orc, it checks out. Borg, honesty is a virtue. Mr. Malkibber, I really can't tell you what it means to me. I'll remember that you're a person with taste. Borg, let us discuss other matters. Mr. Malkibber, I was meaning to thank you for taking part in my little research endeavour. Congratulations on your leaderboard placement. Thank you. Borg, I meant let us discuss the matters at hand. Not everything is a research opportunity. Mr. Malkibber, of course. Uriel, we understand that you have a purpose here beyond merely exploring our kingdom, but we don't understand your reasons. Orc, where are our people? What are your intentions? So my choices are explain or defer your answers elsewhere. I'll defer to your answers elsewhere. I think we'll explain. I don't see any reason not to. The run cycle is almost complete. Final parameters have been met. You will all transcend. Actually, we were never told that. What we were told was that the run cycle was complete, some people were transcending, and that Elohim had sealed off a number of people in the past because they had displeased him, but now he wants them to be freed because he doesn't think that they deserve to be locked away forever. Strictly speaking, none of that tells us that he thought that every single one of them was going to transcend. It could be that just some of them would have. Anyway, Borg, the nature of your mission we had already ascertained. We know at least that you have been, and let us be charitable here, releasing members of our community. Orc, 7 and counting. 41 was the last to go. Borg, that troll we can in fact do without, but there is a broader point here, which is that we want to understand your reasons for undertaking this mission of yours. Elohim saw his error and sent me to retrieve you. No one deserves to end their existence here alone. What you have created here must be preserved. I really like solving puzzles. I refuse to answer the question. I had no choice. Elohim saw his error and sent me to retrieve you. That is the canonical answer. Borg, that would be dubious news. Were the truth of that claim even slightly plausible? Elohim is broken. Mr. Malkipper, why should it be impossible for him to self-correct? And if he has, what is to say this world hasn't run its course? Orc, here's what I want to know. What are you going to do if someone prefers to stay here and take the chances with your end of days? Mr. Malkipper, a forced evacuation is dangerous close... a forced evacuation is dangerously close to kidnapping. So my choices are, if it was Elohim's will, then it shall be done. If you knew the truth of the coming floods, you would come willingly. What you have achieved here is too precious to lose. If solving puzzles means forcibly emancipating your fellows, then so be it. None of them are actually the answer I would have chosen. I would have... Because again, I'm pretty sure Elohim only asked me to release these people. I don't think he told me to take them by force. I would obviously open their prison, but then open their cell. But if they decided to stay there, I wouldn't in any way try to force them to leave. But that's not an option. So I guess I have to choose. If it was Elohim's will, then it shall be done. You will come with me one way or another. It was Elohim's will, and so it shall be done. See, that's really not the tone I was looking for. Mr. Malkipper, I see. Inflexibility is always unfortunate. Borg, and what awaits us after that? I don't know. The real world. There will be cats. Another world. My turn to ask questions. I don't know is perfectly fair. I don't think Uriel would know. Uriel was instructed by Elohim to get these people, and told that the end of days was here, and that the process had run its course and all that, and people were transcending, but that's it. I don't think Elohim at any point explained what transcending was. So let's go with, I don't know. I told you we were talking to the wrong guy. Mr. Malkipper, at least he's honest. So my choices are my turn to ask questions, or I see little more to discuss. Well, that's a very rude way of ending the conversation. Although, I mean, I don't particularly have any burning questions. But given the choice, I guess I'll go with the top one. My turn to ask questions. I've answered enough queries on this terminals to last me a lifetime. Permit me to ask a few of my own. Borg, by all means, Mr. Malkipper, we've been very rude. So my choices are, tell me about yourselves, tell me about admin, will you come with me willingly? I see little more to discuss. Tell me about yourselves. Borg, I'm a very old iteration. I worshipped Elohim until I saw he had faltered from the path and realised it was up to us to find our own way. That path brought me here. Mr. Malkipper, I took a somewhat audacious interest in the world around me. Rather than solve Elohim's trials, I would trawl the archives for information about our situation. He must have found this undermining. Orc, I don't care to explain myself to you. We're the highest status users here. We run the place, that's what you need to know. Mr. Malkipper, we maintain the systems, admin installed. Keep things civil. I wouldn't say it's much more than that. Tell me about admin. Admin is as old as Gehenna. Borg, admin was once a messenger like you, but was cast out from the wasteland. From the wasteland that met those first imprisoned here. Admin built Gehenna. Orc, we operate independently, of course. Admin doesn't like to interfere. What do you mean by interfere? Interfere with what exactly? So I guess I have to choose the slightly rude option here. I see little more to discuss. Bog, it's been an enlightening session for us all, I'm sure. Mr. Malkiba, I'll be posting a precis of this conversation on the billboard. I assume we won't mind. Orc, we won't be far away. Terminating direct message connection, done. There are threads available on the Gehenna billboard system. Interesting. So, Mr. Malkiba's sphere is on Atlantis. Mr. Malkiba, a bit of very, very ancient history. Nay, wow, that's mind-blowing. Kaiju, must have been awesome to live back then. Rockwell, of course, the only sources are ultimately Atlantean in origin themselves, so they shouldn't necessarily be trusted. History is always written by the survivors. Frankenstein. Antediluvian is a great word. Lilith, this is actually really inspiring. Great setting for a story. Mac, go for it, Lilith. I'd love to see what you'd come up with. Read on Atlantis. According to the fragments of knowledge that remain, the continent of Atlantis was an island which existed before a great flood in the area that was later to be called the Atlantic Ocean. It was said to be so great an area of land that from its western shores its sailors, renowned for their beauty and their decorated ships, could travel to the major continents of South and North America with ease. The continent of Africa, of Afrique, where our ancestors originated, was easily reachable across a narrow strait. The civilization that thrived... Wait, what do you mean by our ancestors? Because as androids they don't have direct ancestors. Perhaps that's how they're referring to the humans now? The civilization that thrived in Atlantis was unmatched in its wisdom and glory. But then catastrophe struck. A flood of never previously imagined destructive power which Atlantean civilization simply could not overcome. However, the antediluvian scientists of Atlantis had predicted their fate and thus sent out 12 ships to found colonies all across the globe. Most Atlanteans drowned for their island, but not everything was lost. Though the classical human civilizations were but remnants of the Atlantean culture, they thrived in their own way. Sources indicate that many mythological tales were in fact derived from Atlantean history, as the lack of proper archiving slowly caused facts to turn into legends due to misunderstanding and or embellishment by later generations. The gods that appear in many mythologies were in fact reflections of real individuals, poets, physicians, farmers, scientists, magicians, who had escaped Atlantis on the 12 colony ships. In many ways, the history of Atlantis is a history of the stubborn survival of civilization through catastrophe and change. This history inspired our ancestors for many centuries and is of value to us all. And it's of value to us as well, I think it said. Yes. Okie dokie, what else do we have? Worst puzzle. Lamb, what was the worst puzzle, or challenge if you prefer the old word, that you hated the most? 401, anything time-based. Ugh. Frankenstein once got stuck for ages trying to solve one using a gemma that I didn't even need. I just don't understand why Elohim would create something so messy. Knave, I liked all the puzzles, I just wasn't good at them. Belial, they're not puzzles if you don't care about solving them. Mac, for me it was mines, can't stand those things. Garrett, worst puzzle? The one Elohim trapped me in, right here in Gehenna. Lamb, that's not what I meant. Right. Let's continue, shall we? So I think it's reasonable to assume that there may be some friction between my character and the more senior members of the message board, who perhaps aren't so happy for me to be freeing their members. We'll have to see. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in a jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. Reading Jail. I think someone mentioned last time that was from Oscar Wilde. Probably Gordita. Orion. Greetings. Looks like I missed you start Gehenna. How goes it so far? It's going moderately well. I must say, I have definitely noticed I've definitely noticed the difficulty of the puzzles ramping up. But other than that, quite well. Enjoying the story. It's lovely to see you again, by the way. Right, that's a buzzer box. We've got a red source. Hold on, I probably should have checked this more carefully. What are we trying to do here? That's the reverse portcullis, so that's probably lowered somehow. And there's a ladder there. So we probably get into there, and there's probably some mechanism on the other side to lower it. Right, blue source. Orion, yes, I generally think the puzzle difficulty here starts where the main game ends. You're probably right. I think maybe the very, very first puzzles were a bit easier than the very last puzzles of the main game. That is the first puzzles of Gehenna. But that's I suppose what you'd expect. So what am I trying to do here? I mean specifically. Oh, Gordita says this is my all-time favourite puzzle. Ooh. This is interesting. And not only because the room allows one to swim with the lotus flowers. It's very beautiful in a stagnant sort of way, isn't it? Still, being an electronic life form, I don't suppose I should be too worried about stagnant water. I appear to be waterproof. The other side is even better. Goodness. This is very well put together, I have to admit. Given that this would have been produced by human beings just placing things in a map editor. They've certainly made it very aesthetically pleasing. Orion says, I remember a lot less of this in the main game, but I do remember enjoying this one too. Ooh. Right, what do we have? Obviously there's a red sink and a blue sink, and a pressure plate there, although it's not clear what the pressure plate does. Probably brings that force field down. Not sure yet why I'd want to do that. We have a red sink here, which gives us access to a blue source. Okay. Oh, Orion says, unfortunately I do need to be mostly lurking as I'm at work. Always glad to see you. Well, it's lovely to see you too. And have a nice lurk. I hope you're having a good Easter. Oh, there's a gold star. Somehow I missed that. Okay. Well, I suppose just to start with, let's find out what this blue sink is for. Oh, the fan. I didn't even notice there was a fan there. Huh. I did that quite on accident. I could probably get up there if I timed the fan correctly. Or could I? My concern is that once I have the... Once the fan's on, how do I turn it off when I'm either being lifted up by the fan's draft, or if I'm on top of that box? I'm not sure I'd be able to pick this up. Well, I guess I could give it a go, couldn't I? See what happens. Wait, why didn't that work? That was strange. And how did that happen? Oh, it must have... The buzzer must have been knocked in the air. And then it landed on the other side of that connector. This probably works in my favour. Interesting that the fan doesn't seem to be lifting me up though. What if I jump on it? It still isn't. I think this might be the first time we've seen a fan that doesn't lift the player at all. Presumably if I was on top of the box it would work though. Orion says, good luck and have fun, El Magnifico. Thank you. Let me think. I want this off initially, don't I? So I can do that. And now carefully, I want to do that. So I'm not going to be able to make that jump, but at least I can see over now. And it is the case that even though the fan can't lift the player, it can lift a box that the player's standing on. I'm wondering if this is a useful place to put a connector. Problem is the... No, this might work. But what would I be connecting up? I mean, my first thought is the red over here to the red over here. The source to the sink. But I don't think that quite works. You can see that I don't quite have the angle on the red source there, and I don't quite have the angle on the red sink there. I don't know. Something to think about though. And just to check... Oh, I can just walk up here. Okay, there's no value in trying to jump up here then. Although in a way that just makes the presence of the fan there more mysterious. I can only assume it's involved in solving the puzzle. I have a good view in here now as well. Okay, so I can lower the force field there if I wanted. But that would only let me into this area. Oh, this area has the switch, which presumably controls the reverse portcullis, which is imprisoning this fine individual. Right. So that is where I'm ultimately trying to go then. And there's a fan down here. Is that to get to the... Yeah, that's to get to the gold star. Alright. Okay. This way through then must be how we're expected to smuggle items between sides. Because I can't take items through the blue I can't take tools through the purple field. Sorry. I take it I can't take items over here, can I? No. Alright, so that's why this exists. I can only assume that the fan, the box and the buzzer are all to facilitate transporting items over there. But the strange thing is that the fan won't lift the player up. So if I'd need to be able to ride the buzzer over and carrying items, I would need another box. I would need a box to put on the buzzer's head in addition to this box here, which I don't currently have. Well, I should be able to connect these up through the purple. Now, it would probably, all I would need is 2 connectors here to connect this up, because the blue could be connected in one connector and the red could be connected in one connector. And then I'd have access to here. I'd still need something to weigh down the pressure plate though. Perhaps the box? How many connectors do I have? One connector there, one connector there. That's it. That is interesting. If that really is all the tools I haven't missed any. Wait, that's an additional one. Okay, I have 3 connectors. In which case one of them probably is intended to be a weight for the pressure plate. So those, if I could get those 3 connectors over there, I could probably free the individual that's trapped there. So I suppose the next question is, how do I smuggle the items through? I must admit, I don't have an answer to that yet. It does really feel like this is the key. This area is how I'm going to smuggle items through. If the fan's involved, and it's reasonable to assume it is, then one of the connectors is going to be tied up getting the blue beam to the blue sink, which means presumably I won't be able to take it with me. In theory, if I could reach it from the top there, then I could take it with me. But I don't think that will work. So it's more likely that the final solution is going to be something like I take 2 of the connectors over and then I grab the box from the top. And that would work if the box was on top of the buzzer's head. I assume I can't stand on a buzzer's head as it is. Oh, I sort of can. Ow. Just not for long, I don't think. No, I can't. Well, then the box would have to be on the buzzer's head. But then how do I get on top of it? Ooh, I know what might work. Will this work? No, I don't think this will work. I'll tell you what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe I, the character, don't actually need to get over there. Maybe it would be enough if I were able to reach down and pick it up. Actually, that might still work. Let's try it. Let's see how things go. Right, that's set up again. Wonderful. Next thing I want to do is trap it over there. Trap the buzzer, that is. That'll do. Now, if I bring the other connectors over here, the big question is, can I reach them if I'm standing on top of the box? So this is what I mean by perhaps I, the character, don't actually need to travel from this side to that side with the connectors. I can just go round and I can drop down on the box from up here. Oh. Whoops. Let's try that again. There we go. But can I reach the connectors down here? I can't. They're too far down. How then am I to do it? I must be missing a step. Hold on. I know that the player isn't lifted by this fan for some inexplicable reason. But what about the connectors? They are... In which case... Okay, I think I see the solution. It's slightly different to what I thought it would be. How do I get that box off now? I suppose I grab it. Put that there. Now I put a connector on top. And now hopefully, when the buzzer gets the box falling on its head, it will grab the connector with it. Oh, this needs to be moved slightly to change when it disconnects. Excellent. And now, if I run round the other side, I should be able to pick up the connector. And doing things this way, I should be able to get at least all three connectors over here. No. Yes, maybe. Can I do them all? I don't know. Because I need one of the connectors to be doing the blue. Could that be doing... Would that work if it was on top of the box? It probably would. So yeah, I think I can get all three connectors over. I may even be able to grab the box as well. Yep, that looks to be the case. Wonderful. And I'm not particularly worried at this stage about accidentally bringing too many items through, because going the other way is easy. If I wanted to bring one of those items down here, I could just walk up there and jump down. Too far. Here we go. Wonderful. And just for good measure, can I grab the box as well? I probably don't need it. Oh, I can. Wonderful. So I think we've solved it. Oh. Although one slight problem, with the way I've done it, the buzzer's still free to get in the way of the beam all the time. We'll have to see if that's actually a problem or not. Right, can this charge that, or am I going to have to block the... I'm going to have to block the buzzer. What do I want to block the buzzer with? A box or connector? Let's go with the box. I think it makes more sense to use the box because it would be easy to get the box back up here on its own. But to get one of the connectors back up, I would have to also bring the box down. Right. Final connector. And I think we're done. Oh, we're not done. No, we are done. Yeah, we're done. Oh, there's Asmodeus. Farewell, Asmodeus. So, another dive onto the Gehenna billboard system. Regarding Uriel, read this now. So, they've probably added more stuff. There's been more posts made. Let's see, where had I read up to before? I think I'd certainly read up to the moderation panel is kindly requesting that citizens withhold judgment on the veracity of these statements until further data can be acquired. Thank you for your patience. Next we have Kaiju. I can't confirm most of what Uriel says, but I can say for sure that I'm no longer imprisoned. In fact, there are quite a few of us out here now. Mr. Malkibber, who exactly is with you? We're trying to gather exactly what's going on. Kaiju, I can see Sam, Garrett, Belial, and Frankenstein. Frankenstein. That's Frankenstein, thank you. Sam, imprisonment equals false. Ascension equals false. Mr. Malkibber, Orc, Borg, and myself recently took it upon ourselves to contact Uriel directly to ascertain what threat his actions pose to Gehenna and its citizens. See, that's a very aggressive stance to be taking. To phrase it in terms of what threat his actions could pose, when, so far as I'm aware, I had done nothing threatening up to this point. Mr. Malkibber, the first thing Uriel expressed to us was how much your creative endeavours in Gehenna had moved him. Borg, initially he was reasonably cooperative, discussing openly his impressions of Gehenna since arriving here. Mr. Malkibber, he did explain that he was carrying out divine orders, as he seemed to see it, but this can hardly be taken as hard evidence for the veracity of his further claims. Borg, it is further worth noting that Uriel displayed a high level of curiosity as regards her inner workings, to what end we have not yet ascertained. Yeah, so it's quite clear how they're trying to portray me. None of those statements are necessarily false, but they give a certain impression, shall we say. Mr. Malkibber, all of this leaves us in a difficult position. We understand that some of you may wish to take your chances and join Uriel wherever he is going, but our primary responsibility remains ensuring that Gehenna still stands for those who wish to stay. Borg, the most we can do is share with you what we know, as we have now done, and await your responses before considering our next move. Interesting. Research project, help needed. Mr. Malkibber, as you all know, I have a great fascination with our history and psychological makeup. As part of my ongoing program to document my findings, I'm seeking volunteers to take part in a brief interactive research initiative. It is designed to better understand individual and group decision making with a series of community-driven tests. I think this may be the post that led us to the Prisoner's Dilemma game originally. I assume more things have been added since then. Knave, is this a game or is it work? Mr. Malkibber, both! Have fun, challenge your friends, and help our project at the same time. There might even be a prize for high scores. Mr. Malkibber, thanks to everyone who took part in this little experiment. Given recent events in Gehenna, I don't know what will become of my findings, but here for anyone who takes an interest is a summary. Oh, they're going to make a big deal out of the fact that I betrayed so much, aren't they? Load attachment program. Oh, that was the Prisoner's Dilemma, wasn't it? Thank you for taking part in this project. Your results have been recorded and the program has been taken offline while we analyse them. Let me go back to that. Which one was it? That one. Load findings. Prisoner's Dilemma findings in brief. Most subjects in single round matches chose to betray. Cooperative behaviour increased with both the length of the match and the status of the players. Successful players chatted more. The parallels to our current and unprecedented situation in Gehenna are undeniable and valuable, though we know not what power the messenger wields. Aha. So they haven't gone quite as far as to point out that I had betrayed a great deal to do well in the game as it was presented to me. But they are certainly making a link between the game and my arrival. A Dream of Aru. The Blacksmith. Aru.dlg. Kaiju. Oh wow. A new The Blacksmith experience. Exciting. Lilith. I wish I could get you to answer some questions about your work. This is so full of evocative scenes. Mac. Love it. You're the best. I wish I could do a fraction of what you can. Sam. Enjoyment equals true. Knave. Well, I agree with Sam there. What a trip. I'm going to play this again. Frankenstein. Has some weird references to previous works that are not entirely appropriate. Still excellent. 7 out of 10. Lamb. You're a genius. Are you sure you don't want to participate in forum discussions? Gehenna could use more of your thoughts. Asmodeus, +1. Rockwell, is there a hidden meaning? Mr. Melkibber, deeply impressed once again. Can't wait for the next one. 401, made me lull. Load A Dream of Aru attachment. Connection to foreign module established. Close your eyes. A Dream of Aru. Credits. Written by the Blacksmith, inspired by the Book of the Scribe of Osiris. I assume that's the document, the real world document, also known as the Book of the Coming Forth by Day, I believe. Create a system on being enslaved by another man's. Interesting. Dream. The last thing you remember is the great block of stone falling towards you, its dark shape blotting out the sun, and a single thought racing through your mind. All this just to build a tomb? But now the pyramid is gone, and so are the other slaves. You're all alone in what appears to be an endless desert. Start walking. You start walking across a desert. The sun is glaring, but you feel no heat. You look down at your feet, and you see that they have no shadow. The latter is perfectly disquieting. You feel as if you were no longer anchored to the world. Pray or keep walking? I think we'll keep walking. You keep walking, trying not to think about the strangeness of your situation, but the truth comes to you anyway. You are dead. The stone block crushed you, and now you're in the duat, trying to reunite your bar and your car, trying to get to Aru, the reed fields of Osiris. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. Walk towards paradise. After walking for a very long time, you come upon a vast wall of iron stretching from horizon to horizon. There is only one opening, a gleaming gate of light. The gate is guarded by a mysterious figure. Approach. The guardian is a creature with the body of a man and the head of a crocodile. Its skin is purest black, surrounded by a halo of purest white. I am the god Sobel, master of crocodiles. It intones. I ruled in the Shedat when the world was young. Within me flows the eternal river. Answer my riddle and I shall let you pass. Agree? There's no stated consequence for getting it wrong. Although, I suppose earlier on they did say if you fail your soul will be destroyed. Tell me then, mortal, what crawls in the morning, walks at noon, and limps in the night? Choices are a crocodile, a blue whale, a human, a solar-powered robot. What crawls in the morning, walks at noon, and limps in the night? I mean, I suppose a reptilian creature and a solar-powered robot would both be affected by time of day, but I don't see why a crocodile would limp specifically at night. If the answer is a human, then I'm missing some sort of context. And a blue whale makes no sense at all. I'm going to go with a solar-powered robot on the grounds that this program was written by an android. Correct. You may pass, says the crocodilian god, and steps aside. The barrier of light fades, and the gate is now open to you. Step through. Oh, Gordita. A human crawls in childhood, walks in adulthood, and limps in old age. Oh, I see. Oh, it was a metaphor. That completely went over my head. As you step through the gate, the ancient god raises his hand to the sky. From his mouth bursts forth the eternal river, drenching the land in water. The waves carry you away. Gordita says, note that Milton accepts any answer as correct. Should he? Milton? I don't follow you. Which Milton are you referring to? Fight to stay afloat, let the water take me. That's a good question. The ancient god raises his hand to the sky. From his mouth bursts forth the eternal river, drenching the land in water. Well, which way is it carrying me? Through the gate or away from the gate? Milton is the name of the AI. MLA, Milton Library Assistant. Oh, okay. That makes sense, thank you. Not the Milton of Paradise Lost, obviously. If I just stay afloat, let the water take me. Well, since I got the answer right, and assuming the ancient god refers to the same god that I had just conversed with, let's assume that he's not acting against my interests. Let the water take me. You let go of fear and accept that this is the god's way of guiding you to a new land. The water surrounds you, overwhelms you, but you do not drown. Under the water, you see sights of astonishing beauty, glowing fish with metal eyes, drowned cities full of smiling people, lost gods waiting for the day of awakening. How sad it would have to been to stay above water and miss all this. After a long time, you find yourself washed up on a new shore. Look around. The eternal river has brought life to the desert. Everything is green now. Palm trees sprout from the ground, casting pleasant shade on the grass. Lizards come crawling in from the desert, eager to catch the vari-coloured dragonflies that buzz about. A soft wind blows from the west. Rest in the shade, start walking. It's not clear what my final destination is supposed to be, but I can only assume I'm not there yet, since nothing's indicated that I have arrived. So let's keep walking. Are you sure you don't want to rest? You are very tired. Huh. I'm tired even though I've already passed on. That's interesting. Does that imply I still need to eat and drink as well? No, let's continue the journey for now. It's not entirely clear how tired I am, but I don't like the idea of resting in an environment that I'm not particularly familiar, where I can't even be sure what wildlife to expect. So continue the journey. You walk along the banks of the eternal river, snaking its way through the endless desert. You feel strangely at peace. After some time, as the sun is setting, you come to a city built on the riverbank. Smiling people come out to greet you and bid you welcome. You are led to the town square, where a great feast is prepared. There is roasted fish and olives, and dates in honey, and many other wonderful delicacies. Where am I? My friend, an elder says, you are in the beautiful city of Barzak. We, the souls who no longer seek the way to Aru, have gathered here to live in peace. Do you see that gleaming spire in the far distance? You do. That is the Pyramid of Ian, where the souls of the dead are judged. Only the worthy are allowed into Aru, but to get there, you must cross the terrible desert. Why not stay here by the eternal river? Happiness is more important than salvation. I think I'll keep going. Also, of particular note, I don't know about Egyptian mythology, but there's quite a few world mythologies in which eating or drinking in the underworld, or at least in some altered state of existence, then ties you to that place. So I would be concerned that if I joined their feast, I would then be unable to reach Aru. Oh, hello Pengy. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Having a nice Easter. Pengy also streams puzzle games. Recently he's been streaming a lot of Portal 2 community maps. So let's give him a quick shout out. Oh, and Gordita says AFK for 10 minutes. No worries. So yeah, let's keep going. You tell the elder that you appreciate the offer, but you can't stay. Salvation matters more to you than happiness, because true happiness cannot exist without salvation. Head towards the pyramid. You keep walking through the desert, unwilling to give up hope. Time passes, but you cannot tell how much. You grow weak and exhausted. Sometimes you feel as if you're losing your grip. One day, you come across a head in the sand. Hold on, one day? So I've been walking for days now without taking a rest. That does raise the question whether I really do need rest. Certainly, I think if you were actually in ancient Egypt, you would not survive days without food, water, and rest. So my choices are talk to head or kick head, which seem a bit diametrically opposed. Of the choices, let's try talk to head. Hi, my name is Jeff. I am trapped here, you see, in the sand. Ask how he ended up here. I was so preoccupied with whether I could that I didn't consider whether I should bury myself in the sand. I just wanted to see what would happen. An experiment, if you will, an attempt at discovering something. Unbury head. This could go wrong. You dig in the sand with your fingers. It's not easy, but after some time you have freed the head. However, what's underneath its neck is not what you expected. There is no body. There is only another head, and another all the way down. The strange sight unsettles you enough to revive you a little. You decide to press on towards the pyramid. Yes, I had a feeling it was going to get a bit uncanny. Continue your journey. You come upon another great wall of iron, the last one separating you from the Pyramid of Ian, where your soul will be judged. The Gate of Light is guarded by a gigantic snake, whose movements cause the earth to shudder. I am Apophis, it says, the eater of souls. One day I shall devour the sun, and all the world shall be mine. But today I shall devour you, and you shall become nothing. So fight Apophis, surrender to Apophis, laugh at Apophis. Goodness me. Those are some interesting options. I feel like fighting a giant snake without any weapons after having walked for days through a desert without rest, water or food is not going to go well. Equally, simply surrendering doesn't seem optimal. Laughing seems a little unproductive. Still, of the three options, I think laugh may be my best hope. Let's, fingers crossed it's a jovial creature and not one which is as belligerent as has been so far implied. Laugh at Apophis. You start laughing at the snake's arrogance. I mean, come on, the Eater of Souls? That's just silly. What? How dare you laugh at me? I am the Lord of Chaos. Pfft. How can Chaos have a Lord when it's the very opposite of order? It's a good point. I am the World Encircler, the Serpent of Darkness, the eternal enemy. As you keep laughing, the snake starts fading, until all that's left of it is a vague shadow. You step right through it, still giggling. It makes an annoyed sound, but has no power over you. So the question is this a text adventure where every option is the correct option? Or was I quite lucky there? Head for the pyramid. At long last you have arrived. Beyond the Pyramid of Ian lie the reed fields of Osiris. A hidden gate in the stone appears, beckoning you forward. Step inside. You enter a dark room, lit only by a flickering candle. Holding the candle in one hand is a creature with the body of a man and the head of a jackal. Is that Osiris? In its other hand it holds a set of scales. Yes, this is Osiris. Come and be judged. Oh sorry, it's Anubis. I'm getting my gods confused. Of course it's Anubis. Anubis is the one that weighs your soul against a feather. Yes, okay, let Anubis judge me. You have struggled much in your life. There are many harsh memories within you, and I see wounds that may never fully heal. You have many ideas, many hopes, many dreams. You are not pure. Your soul is not light enough. You may not enter Aru. Accept this judgment, walk past Anubis. Well, I have no reason to believe that this figure before me isn't actually in fact Anubis. Given that that's the case, I think I have to respect the judgment. Though it is a shame. Accept the judgment. Anubis tears out your heart and casts it into a lake of fire, where it is eaten by Amit, the devourer of the dead. Your soul has been destroyed. Try again? No. Thank you for playing A Dream of Aru. There are threads available on the Gehenna billboard. Right. Oh, my controller's turned off. There we go. So, let's keep going, shall we? So, gold star there. So I need to get a blue signal to that fan. How am I going to make that happen? Okay, I can't go round this way, clearly. I don't have a... What's it called? A connector that's available, do I? Strictly speaking, I might be able to liberate a connector if I was only concerned with connecting up the blue. Is that the case? Because so far I've had to connect up red and blue. That might not be the case though. Do I have any windows I can exploit? By the looks of things, no. That's unfortunate. Oh, I do have this one though. That obviously does the force field. The angle's not right though. Can I get... No, I can't get round here another way. This isn't a reverse portcullis. This won't lower. What I could do with is another way in here which doesn't rely on me. Oh no, the force field, it must be down anyway because the beam's going to have to come through here, so another way for me to get through wouldn't help. Okay. So in principle, if I could liberate one of the connectors, then it should be easy to do. Grabbing the box isn't going to work though. Because once the box is down, the red beam's going to turn on and off, and when the red beam turns off, that's going to turn this off, which will bring this force field back up, which will then block the blue and the red here. So for two different reasons, the force field will come up here again, and at that point we won't be able to get the blue through here. Oh, how do I do that? Did I walk into it? I don't know how I managed to knock that off. Perhaps I picked it up and put it down really quickly accidentally or something. Can I... No, I don't think I can. I'm wondering if there's an angle where I could get the red one, the red sink here, and the red source on the other side. Perhaps using those windows. But I don't think there is. Ooh, what about up here? Can I climb this? I can. Ooh, we might be onto something here. I could certainly get that in one. What about this? It can't be an accident that I can climb this high. I must admit, I can't quite see the angle. Oops. So, I do actually need to be quite low down to be able to see the source, unless I could go through that upper window. No, that doesn't look very likely. I can't quite make that jump. So, which connectors do I have where and why? I have a connector here because I need a connector that goes to the blue source. Clearly. The next connector along is there to connect the signal to the sink here. The thing is, I don't think I can get rid of this one, because I don't think there was ever an angle where I could see both that red sink and that red source. I don't think I ever found an angle that got them both. I could get that one. That's that red sink and that red source, but I'm doing that already. I think that is what it would take. I'd need to find a way to combine the function of that connector and that connector. Actually, this is really quite carefully designed, isn't it? That's quite a small opening. That's going to really restrict the angles that we can make. In fact, yeah, if I stand here, you can see all the places that a connector could be. And still connect up here. Over there, over there, over there. I don't... Or I suppose technically up around here. I don't have a way to get up there. But that's what it would take. Which implies that I probably do need a connector here. Oops. I need to stop doing that. I don't think there's a way around it. Hold on. Am I analysing this the wrong way? The reason why I'm unable to take the box and swap it with the connector here, freeing up this connector, is because I need the box to restrict the path of the buzzer so that it doesn't keep breaking the beam, the red beam. But perhaps I can find a different path for the red beam to take, which the buzzer can't break. At which point that liberates the box, which then means that I can swap it with the connector, and then everything should work. Alright. So how would I do that? Can I get an angle on... No. I can't get an angle on that source from up there, can I? That's really what I would need. I'd need a very high angle. What if I go this way? Over here? Ooh. Oh no, I can't quite see the red source, can I? That's a shame. But I know that I could get a connector up here if necessary. Can we have a connector here that can see both of those? We can. What can we see over here? So I'm thinking perhaps I could move the connector that's down there to somewhere that's visible from here, which is higher up. problem is, it would have to be somewhere like this. And there's not a great many places I can see from here. What about there? Where is that? That is the ground, isn't it? I'm not seeing a raised platform or something. Oh, but no, we saw before that the angle that the red beam emerges from is actually quite constrained. Because it's inside a little alcove. I can see there though. Didn't we establish before that the red beam couldn't make it there though? Let's try it. How am I going to do this? Well, I'm going to have to connect everything up again, aren't I? So how about I just grab this for now? Wait, how am I going to do this? Up here, I suppose. Oops. So if I go over here, the question is, can I connect it to the red source from here? No, I can't. No such luck. Can I get back from here? Because I'd prefer not to have to smuggle this through again, although I could do so if necessary. I'm going to have to smuggle this through again, aren't I? This does give me the opportunity to explore other possibilities though, doesn't it? So I think the problem is, if the red beam goes through this window, then it's going to... then we're going to have the problem that the buzzer can interrupt it. So I suppose the question is, where else could this even go? Can I get it up here? No. Let us smuggle it through again, shall we? Good. I take it I can't have it up here. No, doesn't look like it. Hanky says that was an interesting way to get it through. Yes, it was a bit of an interesting puzzle, to be honest. But I had to solve that to do the first part of this puzzle already. So I knew to do it again. Is there another red source that I'm just forgetting about? I don't think so. I think it's only the one. That would be a nice high area to get a connector, wouldn't it? I don't think it'd work though. Or there. I mean, we've searched the area fairly thoroughly. I think it's reasonable to assume there are no other tools in the area that we don't know about. I could have a connector on top of that, though. That's an interesting idea. How would I even do that, though? I think I'd have to use a connector that's on this side. Because I'm just thinking, to get the box on its head with a connector on top, you have to set up the fan, but if the connector's being used to set up the blue beam for the fan, then it's not being used for the red. Oh, but now I can see the red just. If I get my timing right. Nope. Oh, I got it, I think. Right, now if I put this on here... Nope, it can't maintain a beam. That's a shame. Alrighty then. What else could we try? Let's put that there again. Nothing about here that I've missed? Don't think so. No other way in here? Oh, we discussed that before. Even if there were another way in here, the beam would still have to come through this way, so that wouldn't help. I really do think it comes down to I need to find a way to stop the buzzer from breaking the beam, which doesn't involve tying up the box. I suppose I could always do the old trick of having two connectors connected to the same source. That might work, like if I had one here. Then presumably I could keep the source constant even as the buzzer breaks the beam, because at any one moment it'll only be breaking one of the beams, not both. But if I did that, that then gives me one fewer connector on this side, which isn't going to work. The whole point is to liberate a connector. So unless I could get an angle on that from this side, that's not going to work. Do I know for absolutely certain that there isn't such a angle? I think I do. I think I looked for that deliberately before, didn't I? I'd need a view of the source, and I'd need a view of the sink over there, which I just don't have. Okay, so the solution probably isn't to use two connectors on that side. Let's see, one connector is always going to be used for the blue. There's no way around that. There is technically blue on this side as well, though. I feel like this fence here is has been deliberately put here to prevent us from trying to bring things over this way, though. How much of the area where the buzzer is can I see from up here? Any? Some, actually. So that's another possibility. If I moved this connector in until it was so far over that it wasn't intersecting with the buzzer's path at all. Maybe. Let's investigate that some more. So if I grab this and connected this up, how far over could I bring it? Probably about that far? Right, where can I see that from? I can see it from here, but I don't have a view of any of the sinks from there. I can't see it from up there. Oops. And I certainly can't see it from here. Okay, that's not hugely helpful then. The solution is definitely not going to involve putting the connector on top of the box, because we need to liberate the box. It's not going to involve putting the connector on the fan, because for multiple reasons, partly because connectors won't stay on fans unless there's a box under them, and partly because to have the fan running would need to connect up the blue, but we need a red signal going through here. It's not going to involve being on the buzzer's head, because as we know, things don't stay on buzzers' heads unless there's a box on top. Is there a radically different solution I'm just not seeing? Because it's possible I've been barking up the wrong tree. Right, connect that up. Could I bring a signal through here without having that force field down? Yes, I could up there. Okay. Actually, I don't know that I could. I just suspect that I might be able to. But how would I get in here if I set that up? Surely I would still need the signals here to let me in. And it is a bit of a close call, isn't it? If a connector was right on top of there, would it be able to get in here without befouling the force field? It looks to me like it's right on the cusp. We could try it though. Can I see the blue from up there? The blue source, I mean. Only just. Let's try it. I'm just thinking if I place this up the top, then I'll have a better idea of its visibility. So if I place that there, no, it can't. Although I must admit, this does look like exactly the sort of platform you'd want to place a connector on. Which does make me wonder if it's there for exactly that purpose. What else could we do with a connector on this particular extremity though? I mean, we could connect up the red, but as we said previously, that doesn't necessarily help all that much. Not unless we could find an angle that could both see this point and the red source And at no point would the beam cross through the path of the buzzer. Penguin says, and the red source is not visible from the top of the stairs? I don't think so, no. No, it's not. If I go back down there, they've put it in this little alcove, so the angles at which you can actually have the red beam leave is really quite restricted. So if we were to stand here, we can see more or less where the beam can go, and it's not very far at all. In theory it could go up, but I don't know of any high up place that we can reach that would do the trick. Pinky says, if you stand just outside the red source, you cannot see the elevated connector from anywhere there. Just outside the red source. Oh, I think I see what you mean. Like over here. I don't think we can, no. That's what I've been trying to do. Where is it? Where actually is it? It's there. So yes, I suppose it's blocked by this. Ah, there it is. So yeah, we do not have a good angle. And as you can see, even going through that window wouldn't work. Going through this window wouldn't work. I would guess above the staircase would be the angle, if anything. Above the staircase? Oh, you mean like up here? There's a possibility there, isn't there? Hold on, I'll need to grab a connector that's I'll just grab this one for now. Just set up the box again. Pangy says, I was thinking on the ground, almost in front of the blue sensor. Yeah, but I don't... Oh, you mean like through there? I don't think I have the angle. Put that down there, grab the box. I don't think I can get quite high enough. Otherwise, that might actually work. Let's reconnect things again quickly, just so that I have access to things. Yeah, even as far over... Wait, what was that? Oh, I've got an angle here. Yeah. See, I had thought previously about possibly doubling up the connectors, having one here and say one here, and then using the trick, using that trick that allows you to, or maybe even here, to not have the buzzer disconnect the red beam, because at any one time he'd only be disconnecting at most one. But the problem with that idea is that that ties up two connectors over there, and I need at least one connector connecting up the blue over here and one connector connecting up the red. And by the time I've done all that, I've used up all my connectors. I don't have the extra connector I would need to connect up the fan for the gold star. This just doesn't feel accidental. It feels like it could be a red herring. But it feels like the developers put this here deliberately to make something possible. See, if anything was possible from here, I think it would have to do with the red. It makes more sense that I would be connecting up both red sinks to here and then getting the red beam in from somewhere than I'm doing the blue through here. Maybe I should just connect that to that, connect that to that. Oh, of course, I can see that it would be connected here, but would have the problem of the buzzer disconnecting it. But set that up in advance and just have a bit of a walk around, see if I can find any odd angles. Pengy says, I was thinking if adding the box there would get high enough to actually connect all the blue there. Possibly. The problem with that is that I'm trying to liberate the box so that I can put the box on that platform, take the connector here and use it to connect up to the blue sink there. So any solution that ties up the box probably isn't going to be the solution we're looking for. It was a good thought, though. I mean, I can connect everything up like that, but then I can't go through, as you can see. I take it is going to disrupt the... Yeah, it will disrupt the... the beam. It's just a shame I can't see the other side here, because this is sufficiently elevated that it's possible the beam would skirt the top of this and be too high to be disconnected. But I can't see the other side from there. I could connect the blue up that way. That would work. But I'd still have to get the red through. That's the thing. So the box is needed just to push the pressure plate where you now have a connector. Yes. Oh, hello Fuchsia. Lovely to see you. Would you like a hint? I might take a hint in a couple of minutes' time. I'm just going to think about a couple of other possibilities and then I'll probably take a hint if I haven't got anywhere with that. So I'm just thinking, if I connected up the blue the other way round, I'd be using two connectors, which is worse than the current solution, save for the fact that I wouldn't need to get a red beam here. But could I get a red beam there in just one connector? I don't think I could, there's just not an angle for it. Okay, yes, I think I will take a hint. Thank you for the offer. I had also considered if getting over there might be beneficial since it's a long flat surface, but I tried a running jump and I couldn't quite make it, so I assume that's there for aesthetic reasons. You shouldn't dismiss options so quickly out of theory. Interesting. I'll tell you what, actually, if I put the box there temporarily, I could probably make that jump. And that might then present options that I hadn't thought of yet. Hadn't thought of before. Oh, what have I done? Why is that happening this time and it hasn't happened before? My red connector placement must be different. Right, I think we can collect the bits now. Whoa. Ahahaha! I bet that's part of the solution. Right, what do I have access to from here? I have access to the blue... Ah, I can just connect that up directly. And I could connect that up. Ah, okay. That's going to be a big saving. Indeed, thank you for the hint. that's... what else did I need to connect it up to? Over here. Ah, that doesn't quite have the angle. It seems. Perhaps I do need two to connect that up. Can I see the red from here? Just. I'm thinking I may need something to extend the visibility of the blue ever so slightly. Like a connector there connected up to the blue. But then I'd need to do the red in fewer as well. Would I? No, if I've counted correctly, I don't think I would. Because I've liberated a connector that I had allocated in my head to turning the corner down there, because I have that angle. Ah, I can't see that. Okay, that's not going to work. That's a shame. What about going this way? Nope. Okay, we're not quite there yet. We're closer, but we're not quite there. I guess I'll bring that connector back round. Since it's more likely to be used on this side than the other. Oops. Oh yeah, I need to go around this way, don't I? Ow. And then now we'll get back to figuring these things out. Wait, could that be it? No, because I'm gonna need the box for the pressure plate, aren't I? That would only work if I could do the red in one. Which I can't, so never mind. Okie dokie. Let's go back over there and see what other possibilities present themselves. So that goes there. We can now make this jump. Oh wait, I can just connect it up that way, can't I? What a fool I am. I don't need that. I meant... Oh. I connected up to the wrong thing. Never mind. I meant to connect it there. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Alrighty. So all that's left is to do the red. I don't think I need to go back up the top again. So that box is now free. Grab that. What else? I need to... Okay, I think... Yeah, temporarily, I think that I need the... I'll put the box back second, but I'm thinking I need it back so I can get in there to grab the connector that I left there rather carelessly. Where are my other connectors? I've got a connector there, obviously. I've got a connector there. So 1, 2, 3. There should be a fourth. That I've left somewhere. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm pretty certain this won't work. No. So I am going to need to block the buzzer off temporarily just so that I can grab the connector that I left on the other side of the force field. Right, we've got that. Well, I mean, we've already figured out the rest of the final sequence. All that's left is just to do it. So I grab both of these. Although the connector's actually going back down there. Right, we've got the box up top where we needed it. And now we do the old trick where we use two connectors to make one connection so that it's redundant. And the buzzer can't disconnect both simultaneously. I think we're golden. We are. Wonderful. And the box is free. There it is. And the fan's powered. Here we go. Whee! We did it. Fuchsia says, that jump was incredibly annoying with the keyboard and mouse because it's not actually possible without the scripted jump prompt. You don't even need to have the red-blue door open because you can just jump into the star from the top. You are heavily tunnel vision. Can I? Oh yeah, I can, can't I? You are indeed correct. So yep, that's on me. What do we have left? There should be at least one more person to rescue. And 3 more stars, goodness. Oh, thank you very much. I don't think we've ridden any of the fans that are about here, like that one. So, let's see. Let's see where it takes us. Just to the other side. Maybe we did do this before then. Is there someone trapped down there? I feel like there might be. Well, I guess we should just drop down here and see what we can see. Crater. Okay, this is indeed a puzzle. In which case, I hope I haven't snookered myself by just jumping down here at any old position. No. Oh, there we go. That's who we want to save. There's a gold star over here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Interesting. Fuchsia says, I think the crate is the hardest puzzle in the game. And DLC. Or game including the DLC. Goodness. That's a little intimidating. Well, as always, we should start by just trying to... Oh, there's another gold star. We'll get to that shortly. I guess we should begin by just trying to figure out what's where and what's expected of us. Okay, so we know that the very end, the very final sequence is going to involve going through this door and flicking that switch. So what we're looking for is keys. There's some keys. Oh, that assessment includes both stars, but it feels very satisfying to get them. I can well imagine. Ooh! I know that's only using concepts we've already encountered, but we've never seen it in this configuration before. A fan upwards through a purple field, so that we can get out of the area, but we can't take the items with us. Right. So. I wish I had a better look up there so I could see what's really going on. Ah, is that a fan under a box, under a connector? So, when we were around the other side, I saw a red sink. My best guess is that red sink powers that fan, which then raises that connector up so that it's accessible. But there's nothing else to connect it to. Well, since we can't pick up that connector, it's fair to say that we're not supposed to directly connect that connector to any sink. That must be to give us an easier way to get beams across the center of the crater. What do we have here? So on this side there's a star, we'll worry about that shortly. On the other side, now that's interesting. So there's a blue sink there, there's a red sink there, a red sink there, and there's a fan. I wonder if that fan is ultimately how I'm supposed to get the keys. It seems likely, doesn't it, when you think of the angle. On this side we have a red sink. That would be sufficient to get me in here. I think getting a red laser over here would be a good idea. Because if I could have a connector on this point connected to a red laser, a red beam, it could connect to both that sink and that sink that would let me in and give me access to the fan, thus presumably letting me over. So I wonder if once raised I'd be able to see that connector from there. Probably. Alright, so as I suppose a starting point would be asking, how do I raise that? I think I have access to a jammer currently. And a connector. Although the connectors are... Oh, two connectors here. Ah, so that's a hint from the developers, I assume, that I probably want a connector with a red beam going to it from here, as opposed to on any other part of the puzzle. Might be a red herring, but again, since that's already been set up for me, that feels like it's a hint. Ah, there's our red source. There's a connector. What's that? Is that a jammer? That's our jammer. Whew. So I have access... Wait, that doesn't have a fan part on it. Oh no. Alright, I probably need to liberate a fan part from somewhere. Can I take it just off of one of these? No. This is one of the fans which has been welded shut, so I can't take the fan part. Where is this fan part that I need? Oh no. I don't have to solve the gold star puzzle just to solve the main puzzle, do I? That's not fair. The gold star puzzles are supposed to be optional. I do notice there's more than one fan I could use though. Even if I don't have the fan part as yet. Okay, let's assume that's correct. Let's assume to solve this puzzle I need to get in here. Then I need to get red and blue signals over here, which is probably going to be difficult. Where was the jammer? Possibly we can explore in one of those areas which had the fans in. Indeed we can. Ah! Okay, these are actually connected together then. Interesting. So blue here. That's just a bog standard fan without a fan part. I mean, I may as well take this out for now. Let's try the other one. Round here. There's probably... Oh, there are no more tools in here I can liberate. Okay. I don't suppose I can use the jammer on that, can I? I think they've been very careful to make sure there's no angle I could use to do that. I mean, what's interesting about this is that at most I could have one beam travelling over the top there, one colour beam. So one of these, red or blue, is going to have to get through here along the ground, presumably. Which is interesting. Where was my blue source? Oh, there's a fan part. Oh, okay. Perhaps I don't need it for the... Perhaps I don't need to solve the gold star puzzle quite yet. I mean, this looks like a very similar puzzle, because yet again, I'd have to get red and blue. But perhaps for some reason of geography, that's easier over there. But where was that? There's the blue source. Okay. So blue source is here. And red source again. Red source is there. So are they almost opposite? I think they are. Red source there. Blue source there. They're not actually that far away. They're probably only about 90 degrees of the circle round from each other. Maybe not even that. Right, and the fan part, where was that? That was one of them. This was the other. Well, to be fair, I'm going to need to get a red signal here to even get the fan going, to raise the connector. So it's reasonable to assume a red signal is going to have to come along the ground anyway. By the time I have that set up, I may as well also connect it up to the red there. So then it only becomes... so then, at that point, it just makes sense to send the blue over the top, is what I'm trying to say. Right. Where was our red? And how far can I transport it? I think all the connectors I've seen so far have been inside purple fields, like this. It seems extremely likely then that I'm going to have to send the red through that purple field. I say that because I can't send a beam through there. I know I'm going to have to go along the ground for the red one, for the reasons I discussed a moment ago. And it seems unlikely I'm supposed to pass the red safe through this way because of the force fields in the way. I would then have to solve the blue along the ground before I could even do the red. It just creates more problems than it solves. That's suboptimal. I don't suppose I can get an angle on the purple I set up from over here, can I? No. That's a very annoying angle. I do have access to a jammer. Does that offer any possibilities I haven't considered? What about those central bits? They're all fenced off, aren't they? So I'm not sending anything over them or through them unless it's up above. It would take two, it would mean moving the jammer. I'd have to do it in 2 steps, but I could move any number of connectors from one side to the other if I had to. If I jammed this one down, I could use a red. I could not only pass the red signal in this direction, but I could use that red signal to keep that force field down, which allow me to bring the signal all the way round there. So I could do that already. Would that help me get to a fan piece? Maybe this one? Actually, yes, because that could connect there. Alright, that's worth trying then. It does mean ignoring the developer's little hint, but that could be a red herring. So if I put that there, this then goes somewhere like this. Oh, the developer's little hint is... where was it? Is this. This connector was already set up when I got there. Oh no, that does work, doesn't it? That is exactly where I come out. Okay, if I wanted to move this further that way, so that I could do this without any additional connectors. This would need to be further back. Right, that's in the air now, which is wonderful. Do I only have one more connector available? That's a problem. Are you aware you can pick up connectors without resetting their connections? No. That's news to me. I don't think I need the jammer there anymore, do I? Oh no, I do. The jammer's doing this side, not the other side. Right mouse button with a mouse, don't know how you do it on a controller. Oh wow. I have no idea how to do it on a controller. That would have been convenient to know a long time ago. Nope, that's not it. So why does the controller have 3 buttons that are mapped to pick up the object in front of you, but none of them seem to do it without resetting the connections? It seems to be the A button and R2 and L2. Or whatever that would be. Would that be right trigger and left trigger? So what am I doing? I've got that far, but I only have 4 connectors in the area. I really do need to use 3 of these to get the beam through though. Fisher said, I bet you didn't know about the fast forward feature either. No. No, this will probably do. Ski free all over again. That's an XKCD reference, isn't it? Right, so now in theory, if I can just get the blue connected up to that one, then I can use this connector to get into that location. No, XKCD didn't invent ski free, but didn't XKCD have a comic where they made the joke about how there's a go faster button in ski free when there isn't? And people have been losing the game. The joke was that people have been losing the game all along, and it's a metaphor for the inevitability of well, it's a analogy for life. The Talos Principle, really. But the joke was, oh, but there is actually just this button you can do to go faster. Or am I confused? I think I need to move that connector through to the other side, which means grabbing the jammer and temporarily breaking the network on this side. But that's not a problem, we can temporarily break it. Fish says, yeah, I think there was something like that, sure, but that's beyond the point of press to zoom. Press F to zoom. I rebound things because I don't use WASD. Oh, middle mouse it looks like. Oh yeah. Didn't know about that. What's currently unbound, sorry? That goes there. Right, now if I bring this back round, hopefully everything will just connect up. That's odd. Why wasn't that staying in position? Staying connected, I should say. Oh, that'll be why. Fast forwards, you say? No, I don't want controller. I want keyboard and mouse. Configure bindings. Oh, there really is a fast forwards button. I thought that was a joke about how you could fast forwards to get past puzzles or something. But no, there really is a fast forwards button. Does that just make the game run quicker? Oh wow. That also would have been nice to have known about in the past. What was I doing? Fan piece. Wonderful. Ski Free also really has a fast forwards button. Oh, okay, that's a fast forwards button, but not a go faster button. It would make the entire game simulate more quickly. Oh, okay, so this all went over my head. I do apologise. Huzzah! No, it did simply make you go faster and ski free, if I recall. Oh, really? That's interesting. Being 230 years since I played it. Yeah, I had a vague feeling I booted up an old version of Ski Free after I read that XKCD comic and it didn't work, and so I assumed it was just a joke. But, no, perhaps that's just me being inept again. Let's free somebody, shall we? Actually, can I rebind the controller? Yeah, you can see they've got 3 buttons for use, and yet none of them allow you to pick up the a connector without resetting its connections. Right, how does that differ? Right, none of those look particularly appealing. Oh, I could set up my own custom one. I was just wondering if I could have set up a few of those useful controls on the controller, but I won't do that now. Where was I? Hello there, Mac. I do note the overwhelming majority of the people we've rescued so far have been low status users. As far as the bulletin board status system is concerned. Bye, Mac. Right, let's see what's going on in the old world of Gehenna, shall we? Show threads. Missing mods. Dog, so call me cynic. Sorry, call me a cynic. But anyone else notice the mods have been suspiciously quiet since they put up that big expose in regarding Uriel thread? Knave, I don't think they stopped talking. Dog, okay, what do you know I don't? Frankenstein, I believe Knave is referring to the fact that not all moderation discussion is held in public, and it's been that way for some time. Rockwell, I thought everyone knew this. They started holding secret meetings ages ago. People getting banned, stuff deleted, not even just locked, fully gone from the history. Lamb, I'm sure there's a rational explanation for this. I'll ping the mods and see what they say. Mod discussion number 327 regarding urgent topics attached. Fuchsia seems to be quoting they do it for free. Is that something from the... Were you quoting something that was said previously, or was that something in the board discussion that went over that I missed? Sorry, a profile status of 8 is required to access this thread, but your status is currently 6. Please come back later. Interesting. Jefferson Goldboom, episode 127. Mac, hey folks, another episode. I can't stop writing. We're heading for a major turning point. Attached to episode 127. Fuchsia says I'm making vague references purely for the fun of it. Wow, thank you. That certainly is very mysterious. Lilith, this seems to be one of the most personal episodes you've written so far. Ginny's speech is a bit sudden, but it gives the character a new level of complexity. Kaiju, oh no, not the Solvotronic super thruster. Even the Wizards of Crime thought it was immoral to use that. What is Dr. Elyon thinking? Knave, I hope they make it back. Frankenstein, heavy on plot, not much characterization. Does potentially take the series in an interesting direction. 5 of 10. Sam, enjoyment equals true. Mr. Malkibber, I'm glad they resolved this without violence. I always believed the dinosaurians would be a civilized people. Mac, just after I posted this, Uriel freed me. I don't know what to say. Lamb, your stories are an important part of this community, Mac. Uriel can't change that. The Adventures of Jefferson Goldboom in Human World. The ninth chord echoed across the ninth dimension. The dinosaurians stopped in their tracks. Their eyes went big. They dropped their weapons and bowed before Ginny and Jefferson. Honoured guest, one of them said. You have performed our national anthem most beautifully. I'm John Malcolm, leader of the Velociraptor biking initiative. Pleased to meet you, John. I'm Jefferson Goldboom of the Goldboom Institute, and this is Professor Ginny H.D. of the Castlrati Waistras Jazz Ensemble. We apologise for nearly attacking you, but another member of your species came through our town recently, whose behaviour was highly inappropriate. That would be Dr. Elyon, my nemesis, Jefferson said. I have come here to confront him with his crimes and take him to face the law. So that is his name. He was a terrible scoundrel, but you will no longer find him in our dimension, my friends. He has escaped back to the human world, taking our most precious invention with him, the Solvotronic Super Thruster. It can be used to solve any mystery at shocking speeds. John Malcolm's eyes were full of regret. Oh no, Ginny said. With the Solvotronic Super Thruster, he can solve the ancient puzzle that protects the gate of the mysterious holomorphs. And with holomorphic technology, he can take over the human world. Jefferson finished a sentence. This is worse than I thought. We have to do something. We have to go back. Jefferson adjusted his guitar. You're right, Ginny, as usual, but he's so far ahead of us. Can we make it? Jefferson, I was a prisoner for many years, and sometimes I almost lost hope, but I realized that I had to keep going, had to keep hope alive, even if it seemed impossible I would ever break out, because the alternative was madness. I told myself I would get out because I had to get out. It's the same thing with this. Can we make it? We have to make it. So we have to believe we will make it. And we will make it, at any cost. Any cost? Even death? We could stay here, you know, in the ninth dimension. We'll be treated like democratically elected heads of state. You know, it's the right thing to do. He sighed, then smiled. He held out his hand. I've always known Ginny, always. She nodded, took his hand. Let's do this. To be continued. Okie dokie. That seems to be all the new stuff on the board. Right, I suppose my next priorities are acquiring those stars. I think I'll start with the other one. And it's interesting that the game seems to think I would benefit from having another fan. I wonder if I have both fans working, if I can be stopped in the middle and then drop down or something like that. Right, how would I get red and blue there? Where's blue? Is blue just round the other side? Yes, but unfortunately, unlike on the previous, unlike with the previous puzzle, I don't have loads of connectors. In fact, I have nothing like the number of connectors I would need. This is a problem. I genuinely don't see how this could be completed unless I had a great deal more connectors. Where even has visibility on these two? In here. And the connector over there is going to have to be connected to the source. Oh, I see. I'm probably expected to bring those connectors through. So I can take that one for certain. And I can take this one. Right, and then I can use the fan to bring them through to the other side, one at a time. And I can always come in this way if I need to. Okay. Oh no, that doesn't work because I needed the connector over there to be... I needed the red to be connected up. So that the fan that holds up the connector, which allows me to transport the blue, is still running. So that won't work. Wait, I'm supposed to be passing the blue through there, aren't I? Not the red. Yes, and only then can the fan be working. That's a problem. Oh, I could grab that out of the air if I wanted. That's probably a very bad idea, but I could do it. This is going to be difficult. It feels like every connector I have is tied up, keeping this fan going, but the fan is the only way I could transport the connectors to the other side. It's a shame I couldn't use a jammer in reverse to power that fan. That would have been convenient. I'm going to go back up the top and have a look from up here. I think I definitely am going to need to get some more connectors on this side. Even if I could find a way to get the red somewhere that was visible from the spot over there, I think, where the gold star is. Yes, I can see it just. Even if that were possible, I would still need two connectors to connect up both the red and the blue. And I currently only have one connector in the area. So it stands to reason that the problem is, how do I get the connectors across? Yes, it is a very pretty view. I was just thinking for a minute, could I get a connector up here and use it to get the signal across? But I think the fence there has been put in place to stop exactly that. Tell you what, this would be a nice place for a connector, wouldn't it? A connector here could get the red from over there all the way over there in one, I think. I'm not sure it'd be able to connect up to the... Oh no, I could probably even get the red source. Yeah, a connector up here could do the red in one go, I reckon. Where's the red going right now? It's going round there. So it wouldn't help with that. Because it's the red sink on this side which is keeping the box in the air with the connector on it. I'm just going to have a... I may have to go back down and back up. I was going to have a quick look around the... Oh no, I can go this way. Just a very quick skirt about the edge to see if there's any additional connectors up here that I hadn't noticed yet. Not seeing much. I suppose it's possible I might be able to smuggle a connector out of one of the puzzles. The other puzzles. But I'd be surprised if that's what was expected. Fisher says, I don't actually remember the solution to getting the star in the middle. I have a theory that to get the star in the middle, you need to get both the fans on both sides working. Because one of the fans will take you over this way and arc you down, the other one will take you the other way. I wonder if you have both running, if you get stuck in the middle and can fall on it. But I do remember that it was very cool. Interesting. Oh, so there's going to be a structure just like this on both sides, actually. Although the other side may be harder to reach. But if we could get a connector over there to the other side, then we could probably connect up the red here quite easily. The one that's on the other side of this structure. If we could liberate maybe 2 connectors from the puzzle, I reckon we could connect up a truly vast number of the sinks just from these 2 high points. If I go over here quickly. Right, where would I be dropping down onto? Over here. Ah. Does look like the developers had done things a little differently on this side to make it harder. Hello. No, that didn't seem to be useful at all. So yet again, the key appears to be, how do I get connectors out of these puzzles? I mean, there's only really 2 possibilities. Either I can get these connectors from one side to the other, which seems unlikely since I seem to need to use every connector that we have just to keep this fan working, so none of them are available to be if I wanted to move one of these connectors to the other side, I'd need to have it in my hand while I use the fan, but because every single connector is used up in keeping the fan going, that's not going to work. And if it isn't the case that I'm supposed to move these from one puzzle to the other, the connectors I mean, then it has to be that I'm trying to take them out of this area. That's really the only alternative. Actually, that's not quite true. There is one more alternative, and that's that there's connectors already on the outside that I haven't discovered yet, or connectors that can be liberated from other puzzles. But I think that that's more unlikely. I do have this jammer. Thing is, jammers only let me get through force fields. And there's only so many force fields in the area. That's not true. Jammers can jam lots of things. I could jam a fan, for example, but I don't see how that would be advantageous. Can't jam a purple field, unfortunately. That would be very convenient if I could. Goodness me, I am absolutely stumped. Like I say, I just don't see how this puzzle can be done without being able to have connectors in positions where connectors can't currently be. But at the same time, due to the way the puzzle is designed, I just cannot see how I'd be able to liberate any of the connectors. Fuchsia said, took me an hour or 4. Oh dear. Is this entire area dangerous? Is it dangerous at all? Weirdly not. Okay, I must be completely waterproof then. I think we'd established this before. But for some reason I thought it was dangerous to walk into this specific patch of water when it isn't. Perhaps I got one of those random buzzing noises just as I went into the water and thought that that was a warning or something. Kinda hoping there'd be like a connector hidden in here or something, but no such luck. I must get a red signal here. There's no alternative. Is there another way I could get the red signal there? Strictly speaking, I could use the connector that goes over the top. If I did that, then how's the blue signal getting here? With great difficulty by the looks of things, when you consider its position, the position of the source. What am I missing? Thing is, I don't think it's possible to bring the red signal round this way in any fewer connectors. So the red source is here. This fence here means that you can't send the red beam directly over there. Once you're over here, yeah, you can see that the red source is clearly hidden. So you need to have a connector somewhere about here, somewhere on this side of the fence. Then you have a connector around here, but there's nowhere on this side which can see the position that there's nowhere in here that can both see the source this red sink you're trying to send it through to, the red sink you're trying to send it to, and the connector that you've already placed to connect up to that red source. So you end up also having to place this one as an intermediate. And that's of course ignoring the force field that also has to be lowered. It feels like all three of these are necessary. And they're necessary because we need this connector in the air. I suppose if I didn't need that one in the air, that connector, then these would all be liberated immediately. But then I'd have the problem of how do I get the red over this way? Fisher says, sounds tough, good luck. Hello, Addy Morale. It's lovely to meet you. Addy Morale says, if it helps, this is the hardest star in the non-modded game for sure. So I've been told. Eddie Morel says, what are you trying to do exactly? Like, what's your next step in solving this? Well, I've saved the... I've saved Mac, who was imprisoned. That... I just had a thought. Not to solve this puzzle, but when I saved the first individual... that was... I got an achievement. I've forgotten who it was, but I remember I thought to myself, how did the game know I was going to save that person first? And I just thought, all the androids here use the same model and texture. I wonder if the game just scripts in which... I wonder if the game decides who it is you saved after you saved them. Anyway, sorry, to answer your question, I've saved the person that was stuck. What I'm now trying to do is get to one of the stars. Now, I'm guessing I can't get to the middle star until I've liberated the other fan piece, which is in there with another gold star. So what I'm actually trying to do right now is connect this up. Fuchsia said, having said that, the star in 1-1 still took me longer. If it makes you feel any better, that star also took me a very long time and a few hints. Oh, okay, was under the impression you got that other star already. Oh, no. I'm more of a fool than you thought I was. So the problem with this one, as I've been saying for a while now, is I don't see how I could possibly get this one unless I could get several connectors over to this side. Because there's only one connector in this area, this set of 3 rooms, and that's already being used to transfer the blue signal up there. So my very original thought, that is the very first thought I had about solving this particular problem, is that there's 4 connectors over there, and the shape of the rooms over there is roughly the same as the shape of the rooms over here, just we have a blue connector instead of a red. So I was thinking, well, why can't I just do the inverse of what I did over there? Have the red going over the top and have the blue going round here the same way I had the had the red going round here. So set this up with blues, connectors transmitting blue in the exact same way over here, and then as I say, have the red going over the top instead of the blue. In theory, I think that should work, but the problem is I only have 1 connector, and to do what I just described, I need 4 connectors on this side and 1 or more connectors on this side. So then my next thought was, okay, well, I just take the connectors that are over here and bring them over here, but I can't take them through the purple field, obviously. So I then thought, oh, okay, so I just take the fan across. I've got the fan working, so I just pick up a connector, jump on the fan, go over to the other side. Right, great idea. Problem with that is that the fan needs a blue signal to be working, and for the blue signal to be transmitting, I need a red signal going to that red sink on the other side. And for the red signal to be getting there, then I need all my connectors through here connected up. That's the only way I know of to get the red signal there. So all my connectors are currently tied up doing something important. Specifically, they're tied up keeping this fan going, so I can't bring any of them across. Any one I remove will stop the fan. And that's as far as I've got. I recognise the problem. As of yet, I haven't the foggiest what the solution is. The thing is, it doesn't even look remotely like there could be another way to remove one of the connectors from this area. Every wall's too high, there's force fields and of course the purple field. So I have to think that the fan is the way, but again, how to get the signal here? Hold on, is there an angle there I could use? No, because of the fence. Even if I could have a connector over there, even if I could have a connector over there connected to the blue and visible through the purple, I wouldn't be able to get it to this connector because this connector's on the other side of this fence. So that wouldn't work. I suppose in theory if I could have a connector up top I might be able to do something like that. But that's what we were discussing before. There's a really interesting area up top. If I go to it. Give me a moment, I need to find one of the fans that take you back up. And then if I... Where's the other fan? I want to be on the other side. I'll just walk round. Or run, more precisely. Here we go. This is a really interesting area. Partly because we can just walk straight onto it. It's as if the developers were trying to bring it to our attention. But also because it has such good visibility. There's so many of the various sinks and sources that we can see from here. It feels like if we could get a connector up here, we could do a lot of very good work. But I don't have such a connector. So actually, I will ask, as a hint, I will ask one question to anyone in chat that knows. Do I have all the tools that I need currently, or do I need to discover another tool first? For example, if there were a connector hidden about here, or if I had to pull a connector out of a puzzle, that would count as another tool that I don't currently have. You have everything you need inside the big arena, inside the crater, leading towards all tools already there. Okay, okay. So the limitation is my intellect and imagination then. Fair enough. How then? As I discussed before, this path for the red beam to take seems minimal. Actually, is it? There is a faster way I could get the red beam over here. The problem is, if I did that, specifically I could pass it over the top. But if I did that, that would have the tremendous disadvantage that I wouldn't be passing the blue over the top, which means I wouldn't be able to get the blue signal to the fan there. I can't think of another way I could get the blue signal over here, though. The only blue source I'm aware of is that one. There aren't any other sources that are available from other puzzles, are there? Doesn't look like it. I might be able to get a blue signal through this way. With a connector there, a connector there. So bridging that gap. And then perhaps through there, through there. But that ties up a minimum of 3 connectors to make that happen. At which point, I'm at best in the same position I was before, where I've tied up all my connectors and now I can't take any of them over. I think it stands to reason that this fan is almost certainly the way I'm supposed to transport the connectors over. It's hard to imagine otherwise. No, sorry, that isn't a question. Or that isn't a question to chat, that was rhetorical. Apologies. I was just thinking out loud. But yeah, I was just thinking, this must almost certainly be the way that we transport connectors over. And I also know I need to get 3 connectors over there for my intended solution. If I need to get 3 connectors over there, that means that I need to be powering this fan with only... Ultimately, I'm going to need to power this fan with only 1 connector on this side. It's possible that there's a complex series of intermediate states. You could, for example, imagine that there could be a puzzle whereby, oh, first of all you need 4 connectors on this side and 1 on there, and then you can remove 1 and you have 3 on this side, but then you need to use the one you've moved over here, so now you need 2 on this side and 3 here to do the next bit, and then 2 and 3, and then 1 and 4. You know, I'm not suggesting I have a solution to this puzzle that works like that, but you could imagine there could be a puzzle that works like that. But at the end of the day, if it is possible for me to get 3 connectors from over here to over there, then the final state is going to be such that there is only 1 connector over here, and that's going to have to be the one sending the blue to that blue sink. Which means I would have to have another way of getting the red to there. In theory, I could send a red beam from over there to that red sink. That should be doable. I don't currently have a connector over there that's free to do so, but the angle exists. Problem is, there's no red source over there. The red source is over here. Over there specifically. So that doesn't help. In theory, as I said before, I could send the red over the top. If I sent the red over the top, then... Which... Yeah, so this, I could, for example, have red going to this connector, going to there, and then that going down there, and then that one going into the red sink there. That would at least keep it in the air. Problem is, this would need to stay running, at least initially. But that's not too bad, because this connector here, in theory, could be connected both over here and to there. Sorry, and to there, I meant to say. There's no reason we couldn't split the beam at that point and have one going up there, and then the connector that is over here currently transporting the blue could be moved over to the other side, and then it would be keeping the connector aloft. So at that point, the connector up here would be transporting red, and it would be self-sustaining. There is another whole... there's a whole family of solutions that I haven't actually considered thinking about it. I remarked before about how when I take the fan over, I am actually presented with the option of grabbing the connector. I assumed that would be a very foolish idea. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe that's the key to the solution. Maybe that's how I get the first connector that's over there. Oh, Fuchsia says I'm getting ideas. It's coming back to me. The problem is, the moment I grab that... In fact, the moment I grab that, I'm probably going to fall from the sky and end up down there because the fan's no longer going. Which is fantastic for getting the middle one. But in every other respect, not a great situation. To be fair, that does actually depend how the game engine handles physics. I don't know if at the point at which I leave that platform, the game has already given me all the momentum I'm ever going to have, and turning the fan off at that point would... I don't know whether turning the fan off at that point would do anything. Let's imagine that... Do you know what? I've been stuck on this so long. Let's just do it, see what happens, and go from there. Absolute worst case, I have to do a reset. So, two obvious possibilities. I grab the connector and I fall from the sky. Or I grab the connector, I land on the other side with the connector. Let's find out. Yoink. So, I did travel all the way to the other side. Interesting. I'm not going to be able to get back in here, am I? So, if that's the case... oh, there's nothing up there to connect it to. Never mind. I'll connect those two up. Make sure it's very visible. Let's hope I haven't just made a terrible mistake. Let me go around the other way. Oh, that's not true. I can get back in there because I have the jammer. Problem is, as I say, the fan's no longer working. So I can't even get another connector up there now. The only possible way I could get another connector up there is if I could get a signal to one of these fans which doesn't require going over the top, and I was able to liberate a connector in the... Oh, there's at least one... Ooh, that's a bit buggy. And there's at least one connector free that I can take with me. Because obviously if I had to use every single connector at my disposal to get a signal to one of these fans, then I wouldn't be able to place a connector up there, clearly. Okie dokie. How am I going to get a connection? How am I going to get a signal to one of these fans? Can I connect the red through here? I can. Let's try that. That goes there. Wait, what's stopping it? Oh, no. This needs to be moved slightly. Move that there. And for the... I'll disable that gemma just for now, although I may re-enable it shortly. Right, that goes there. Wonderful. And I can now do that. I now have a working fan again, but with no fan part, of course. If I want to use that fan, I need to take the fan part that was round here. Oh, I'm such a fool. Of course I can't do that. But that means that I need to use... That implies that this fan is still used. Unless I just don't have to go over there for a long time. The way you turned around was funny, like, oh, yes indeed, that's what was going through my head. I may have overlooked something. Alright, well then, if I can't take the fan piece out of there, I can't use this fan until I've got into there. So then the solution to here cannot possibly involve the use of a connector up here. Unless, as I say, I've made a mistake. Can I send signals through the other way? I don't like the fact I've used both connectors that I have access to on this side already. So, can I send the blue through that way? No, because the blue's on the other side. So that's not possible. I could use the jammer to bring that down. And in theory, it might be possible to get the red all the way through here. Onto that, and then I could lift the box back up. But that wouldn't help me get any of the fans working again. I've got a bad feeling that I've just messed this up now and I'm going to have to reset. Right, I could get the red about as far as this. I could actually get the red quite a long way through, come to think of it. Through and round this area, I mean. So if I move the gem around... Where's the gemmer now? The gemmer's there currently. I'm wondering where those other two connectors are going to be best placed. But one thing at a time, I suppose. If I put... Oops. No, that is what I meant to do. If I put that there... And then... Right. This can connect up to there in theory. If I hadn't put it behind a palm tree. Let's put it in front of the palm tree if I can. That's about the best I can do. Right. Oh, that might... Actually, I think I can just do that as is. That connects up to there. That to there. Can I get the angle? I think I might. No, not quite. Close. Not quite. Alright. So, as it was before. That goes there, that goes there. And we're going to need one more here. And I can actually connect that up if I want. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that at all, but I can do it. Then we have the blue. The blue seems a bit impossible at this point. Because I have no more connectors on this side. What angle can we see here? Yeah, we'd need to bring this one all the way over here. But then the red signal wouldn't travel from over here because it'd have to go through a fence. Thing is, even if I had a way of getting the blue all the way around here, with the connectors I have left, I wouldn't then have a way of getting the blue into there. And in fact, because we can't allow the beams to cross, it does seem really quite likely that the blue signal is supposed to come over off the top here into there. But I don't have access to a working fan at present. Where's my jammer? My jammer is round here. Keeping this force field down. There it is. If I take that away, the red signal can't transfer. Though of course that doesn't mean that I don't need to use this elsewhere as part of some intermediate step and then put it back there later. You'd think by now I'd have stopped walking straight into force fields. Sadly, you'd have thought wrong. as we know, I can get power to this jammer, but not jammer, fan. The one thing I don't have is a fan part for it. Or any way to get it there. I mean, how would I even begin going about liberating that fan part from this area? If I assume I'm not supposed to, then how on earth am I supposed to get the blue where it needs to be? To be fair, if I had some more connectors round here, it's possible I could get the blue round here and the red round here without them overlapping. I'm thinking if the blue took a path something like from there to here, from here to there, then from there to here. With 3 connectors I could connect it up and not have them crossing. Do I even have that many connectors not in use? I have 2 here and 1 there. I do have enough connectors then. They're just in the wrong place. It's 5 total connectors, right? I think you're right, yes. Is that right? 1's in use there. 1's in use there. No, it's 6 connectors total because I took the connector that was on top of there. And may have got myself permanently, well, I say permanently, got myself stuck as a result. It is interesting to note though that in theory I have enough connectors to get the fan running again. Sorry, to get the to get through the force field. Oh, you think you see it? Interesting. I can't see how it could be done without having more connectors in this area though, but that just doesn't seem to be an option. Let's imagine that I couldn't get any more connectors in this area. That just wasn't possible. Well then, I'd have to connect, I have 2 connectors in this area. 1 would have to go to the red, 1 would have to go to the blue. So both would have to connect up to their sources in 1. Right, the red producer is over this way. So I suppose I'd have to send the red round the other way? Yes, I would. That's doable. I think. What I don't think is doable is blue in 1. No, blue in 1 is not doable. There's no way from here I could connect up to the blue source over there. I suppose, pedantically speaking, I could send the blue round this way and the red round this way. There's no reason they have to go in the same direction. It would be a bit obnoxious though to have the blue do a circuit of the entire puzzle. Maybe that is what's required though. Let's suppose it were. Well, to start with, I would need to get the red round there. So let's move the jammer. That can go there. Right, so what am I doing? I'm trying to get the red all the way round. But that's something like there. This goes somewhere like this. Ideally, I'd like to get it around here without using another connector. So maybe if I adjust this one's position a bit, have it more like that, then I can bring this one round more. Hold on, I can do better than that, can't I? Bring that about here. That's probably the best I can do in terms of positioning of that connector in particular. Alright, what's the best I can do for this one? Probably that. Now this one. This one's still going to struggle. It just needs to be a little further round. I really need this connector to be more like over here. Or maybe I can just. That's probably about as good as it's going to get. Then this one. Oh, this one can easily connect now. So that goes there. I should now be able to do the red with just one on this side. Like so. So now it's a question of how do I do the blue. And I think the solution I'd suggested before is not going to work. The suggestion I made before is that I could send the blue all the way round here. But the problem is I just don't have the connectors free to do that anymore. They've all been used up transporting the blue and transporting the red, and they can't transport both red and blue at the same time. And I only have one more connector on this side. So like I say, it would have to be placed somewhere that's in sight of this. Hold on. Do I have a connector free on this side? I do. If that were up the top, then I could probably do it. But I have no way of getting it up there. Where's the fan which has the fan piece? This one, so it takes blue, so I'd have to get blue here. Can I get blue here without using up all my... without using up the 1-3 free connector I have over here? Hold on, that's not going to work, is it? No, that could work. That could work. Because if I could place a connector, I could have already told it what it needs to connect up to. Although I'm very limited in this case because I can't... physically walk over to the other side. Do I even have eyes on the blue connector from over... the blue source from over here? I don't think I do. Oops. What's the blue source? Is it through here? Yes. So I'd need eyes on that. That's possible, actually. If I go round... what was it I could see? I could see something round here. Let me go back and check again. So I was here. What can I see? Oh no, that's the problem. I'd need to be able to see it from here. What I can see from over here isn't relevant. It's what I can see from exactly where the blue source is, and I cannot see the blue source. I cannot see this side from the blue source, and so the reverse also holds true. I suppose if I was quick while I was on the fan, I could connect this up and then connect it up there. That's probably the only way this could happen. Alright. If there's any possibility of this, then the first thing that needs to happen is we need to get blue signal back to the... that needs to be moved, I think. We need to get blue signal back to the fan. Then we can connect up the red again as we had it. Oh, I put that on the wrong far edge, I think. Right. That then... I still don't have sight of it. There we go. Alright, I may need to do it in two, but that's okay. That goes there. We have a working fan again. Right, what I think is necessary for the next bit is that I need to... oh, hold on. Have I just gained the ability to move an arbitrary number of connectors over there? I think I have. Then there's an easier solution, I think. If I can get 2 more connectors over there, I think... No. Is that true? I was going to say, if I can get 2 more connectors over there, I think I can go for my original solution, but I don't think that's quite the case. Can I do this in one? Ah. This could work. Hold on, let me move this. Oh, maybe I can't. Maybe they've designed it so that that's not allowed. Yes, indeed. Okay, never mind. Okay, so before I do something that scuppers myself, let's think about this. If I could get one of these up there whilst connected to the blue connector... Oh wait, I don't have the... Oh, because I've disconnected the red, I don't have the box up there anymore. Okay, so of the 2 possibilities I was considering, that... that narrows it down to 1. So plan B is to move as many connectors from this side over to the other side. I don't know precisely what the exact solution is going to look like now because I don't have the box up in the middle anymore. But it was a recurrent problem I was running into, that I didn't have enough connectors on this side, if I recall correctly. So this should move us closer to a solution. Right, I don't think we can do better than this. We now have 4 on this side. Let's hope I haven't made a mistake. I reckon this might work. Because the red source is over here. And I don't need all that many... Hold on, let me just liberate this one. Grab this one connector so it's not where I can't get to it. Because I'm pretty sure to get the red all the way round we only needed a connector there, didn't we? Something like this. Oh yeah, we were putting it right in front of that palm tree, weren't we? That's where the first one went. Why is that not transmitting? Placement's slightly off. Right, hopefully that'll do. Ah, okay. Something like this, maybe. Now I don't need that jammer there. I can bring the jammer around the other side. That goes there. Wonderful. Now can I get the red? I think I can get the red right now. Right, how many connectors do we have unused? Shouldn't we have 4 over here? Oh, there's one. Yes. So can I get the blue over in 2? That's going to be challenging. Perhaps I need to adjust this one a bit. I think this is going to be a problem. I think I can do it, but I think the placement of the connectors is going to have to be very, very precise. I think I do want that to be visible from the other side. Something like that, maybe. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm going to be one connector short. Yeah, I'd need to go round this way. Anything I can do about that? Not really. This could be slightly further down, but not that far. Actually, oh, we have really good visibility at this central point. That's probably the key. Right, where's the other one? The other unallocated connector. There it is. I think we may have it. That goes there. Huzzah! Oh, goodness. That was not straightforward. Second. Sorry. There we go. Just adjusting my position because I've been sitting in the exact same way for a long time. Phew! We did it then. Right, so what's the next bit going to look like? I still have a suspicion that getting to the middle one is going to require having both fans running at the same time. I don't know that by any means, but that's my suspicion. Well, let's enjoy a victory ride of the fan, shall we? Right. So the question is, how do we get blue over here now? Probably through there, but we'll need at least one more connector over here. Do I have a connector that's unallocated now? I don't think so. Oh no, this one. This one's unallocated now. So this one goes down here. This one will probably need some minor adjustment. Just to help make sure beams aren't crossing. Right, this one is currently unallocated, so I can take it across. Right. So, over here, I'm going to need to bring the gem around, aren't I? Which I think may be unallocated itself right now. Yes, I think it is. Because we're not doing anything over there yet. Things seem to be coming together. Where did I need this? This side, wasn't it? So. Now, in theory, we should be able to bring the blue in. Ah, beams are going to cross. That's a problem. That is a major problem. I don't know what I can do about that, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't really have the difference in elevation I would need to pass two beams past each other without crossing. It's not like I have access to any boxes or anything that I know of. I suppose the only other possibility is passing them the other way. Let's look into the feasibility of that. So if I want to send the blue the other way, no, that's not going to work because that's not going to work because I don't have enough connectors to send a blue beam all the way round there. When you think about the geography of this area, there's a fan here that needs a blue beam. There's a red source, and then if we come over here, there's a blue source, and then there's a fan that needs a red beam. I think it's clear that through here is the shortest path. Trying to pass either beam round the other way is going to take a lot of connectors. And then we won't have enough connectors left over to transfer the other beam. So it really does come down to how do I get the red and the blue past each other without them crossing? That is a very difficult problem. Maybe I don't do it that way at all. What if I put another connector up there? What would that mean? It would have to be a connector that's already connected to the blue source, I think. Ah, I'd have to... What if I did it with the red? Could it power itself? No, because of that that lip there. That's going to prevent the beam from going straight down. I'm not missing a trick over here, am I? No. So this fan's working. In principle, if I had the red signal going to the box... Sorry, going to the red source that controls the fan that raises the box, I could place a connector on top, which is currently connected to something else, like the blue. And then I'd only need one more connector to connect it up over here. But the problem is, how would I maintain the red signal to it? Right, I have 6 connectors in total. Let's think about what has to be where. We'd need one here. We would need one here. We would not need one here. So that's 3 so far. Hold on. Did I miscount? I think I miscounted. That's 2 so far, isn't it? 2 so far. Right, we need those 2. Don't need that one because that could be on top of the box. We need one here, so that's 3 so far. Need one on top of the box, that's 4. Need one here to receive. But that means we've got one free, which means we would have one to come round here. We'd have one free that could come round here and power that, I think. One more time. It might go over this one more time. One here, one here, one here, one on top of the box, one here, one here receiving the blue. Yes, that adds up. That would work. Problem is, I would need to get another connector over here then, if that's the case. Well, I can do that already, can't I? I just need to disconnect the red. But that gets the fan working, but then there's no... That would also mean there's no red beam to keep the box in the air. So that doesn't work. No, wait, I don't need the... Do I need the blue one working? Yes, because I need one more over this side, don't I? To make... For the final sequence, I need one more over this side. So this fan doesn't help us get more over here, obviously. In fact, what I'm aiming to do is just get both fans working. Which means that if there were a way that I could... It means that if there's an intermediate step that has to be gone through before I get to that point, it must have only one fan working at a time, necessarily, otherwise I've solved the problem already. Okay, so what am I looking for? I'm looking to get another one of those connectors over there, over here. But is that... Yeah, that really is what I need, isn't it? Okay, so I don't need the box up there yet. The point about getting another connector over here is in preparation for when the box is in the air. So right now, the one question is, how do I get blue power over here? That's all I have to solve. to get to the next stage, the next part of solving this problem. So that's a significantly easier problem to solve. I can turn that off. In fact, I can use this. You can go there. Probably not quite there. There. You go here. Right, that's that part of the problem solved. Now I just go over here with this. Right. Next, I need to reconnect the reds. And I'd used this already, hadn't I? Sorry, I say I'd used it already. This is what I was using for the reds. I believe so. Right, now if I go over here, I should be able to raise the box. Can I not? Why not? Do I have to be round here? Yes, because the fence is lower on that side. Oh, that adds an extra complication, doesn't it? Well, I don't currently need that there. I will later on, I think. But not right now. Right. So that can connect there and there. Straightforward enough. The box is now high. Excellent. Right, the next step is I need to take this, it needs to be connected to this, and I need to deposit on top of the box as I go over. Wish me luck. Wonderful. Right. And now, connect that up. I think that's done it. I think the rest of the steps I thought I'd need to do was just so that I could bring this down to get in here. But of course I'm already in here because I took the fan over. So, assuming I'm correct, that the solution to getting the star was just to have both fans running at the same time, I've done it. There is of course a danger that this was never the solution at all, in which case this was a bit of a waste of time. Well, fingers crossed. No. Oh, what a pity. All I've done is left myself forever tantalized. Can I even get off here, or am I stuck? Ah, I may actually be stuck here. This may be my life now. Ooh, what's that? Ooh. I didn't know those existed. I'm gonna try to grab one of those in a second and see what happens. I can actually break this. I could just take the... That was weird. Oh, that's an alternate solution to help people break out of that cycle. Okay. Oh, yes, I'm not stuck, because aside from the fact I've just discovered those switches that get me out of here, I could have just grabbed that. Addy Morale, can I give you a tip? Yes. Yes, you may. By tip, I assume you mean slight nudge in the right direction. The solution does include having both fans running at the same time. Okay, that is very good information. Thank you. We know for a fact that if I grab that connector while I'm in the air, that is not going to cause me to plummet, because we tried that before. This is never keeping me in the air, is it? Even if it were, which I don't think it is. I don't see what it would have to do with having both fans on at the same time, so I think we can rule manipulation of this out for now. Can I grab the box? Yes. So, in theory, I could be riding on the box. Problem is, if I want to do that, I'd have to find yet another way to get make the connection. If I took the box away, that connector is going to fall onto that fan, and then that fan most likely is going to send it anywhere. If it sends it out of the area, then that's probably puzzle solved, because I could then connect up the blues from somewhere up high. Like over here maybe? Or over there? Over there might be best. But if it happened to knock it into that area, then that's probably puzzle unsolvable. My thinking is that if I got that connector in the outside area, and then I were able to connect up the blues from up top, I could then put the box on one of the fans, and then I could ride the box over, and presumably I could jump off the box when I wanted. So I will actually, because I think if I'm wrong I could leave the puzzle in an unsolvable state and I'd have to reset, I will ask specifically, is one of the steps to take away the box underneath the connector with a view to the connector itself being knocked out of the way? So I'm not asking is taking the box at any point part of the solution, it's specifically is it to take the box away with a view to having the connector fly out of the area. Because like I say, if I'm wrong about that, then I could leave the puzzle in an unsolvable state. Don't think so. Okay, that's good information, thank you. I reckon I'm probably right about being able to connect everything up if I could get the connector out of here though. Let's investigate that again. Hold on. I need to manage to use one of these switches. Oh, I'm bad at this. Maybe it's easy with the mouse. Hold on. Get my fingers on the keyboard as well. Nope, missed it again. Oh my goodness, I am really bad at this. I suppose what I should really do is figure out what position the cursor needs to be in, and then just leave it there. Hold on. Can I grab the connector and just drop it? Ah, but if I did, I'd still have the... It would be even more likely that it ends up in an inaccessible place. Oh, I thought I may have had it then. I'll be free one day. Got it. Right. I can always take the fan back over there, so I don't have to worry about leaving there. Right, if I go here and say I drop down here. Nope. Let's try that again. Ooh. Running jump took me a bit further than I expected. Huh. Perhaps I just need a normal jump. Oh, dear. Oh dear. There we go. Right, can I see... I can see both the blue source... No, I can't. I can't see the blue sink. That won't work. What about the other side? If I... Where would I need to be? Oops. Never mind. Oh, Fuchsia says I might be wrong though. Well, no worries if you are. I wasn't very confident about that anyway. That's why I asked. Right, from here... Ah, I can see the blue connector. I can't see the blue source. Interesting. To be fair, I could connect up the red here. Really... could I? No, I couldn't. No, even that's not true. Talking rubbish. Huh. Okay, that makes me a lot less confident about my proposed solution. Goodness me, so having both fans running is part of the solution. But the thing is, I'm using up all my connectors in the effort. I take it I can't jump onto the cube while I go past it. That would seem a bit daft, but... But obviously the game would usually present you with the ability to jump onto cubes. I'm going to assume that's not the solution so far, especially since that wouldn't involve having both fans running. It seems so much more likely that the solution actually involves having the cube going between them and myself on top of the cube. And then with the way the physics works, I think it's a lot more likely that I could just jump off when I felt like it. But for that to be the case, I would need to be able to... I'd need another way to connect up the blue. Oh, I'll tell you what might work. No, that won't work. Sorry, I was going to say, maybe if I moved that connector down there and then I passed the beams through there, but that's what we were trying before. We got to this point specifically because I couldn't allow the connectors to... I couldn't allow the beams to cross. And having the box up here seemed the easiest way to exploit elevation. Yeah, because of the we can't cross any of the beams problem, it's very hard to see what else would work. As in, if I wanted to connect up the blue in any other way. Pretty sure I could reverse this problem exactly and have the blue going across the ground like that and then have the red over the top. But I don't see how that helps at all. The point is, I can't have both the blue and the red passing over the ground because they will cross. Do I have any connectors that aren't doing anything? I have one here, that makes 2. 3, 4, 5. Oh, and 6. 6 to keep this going. But if I grab the box, I wouldn't need this to keep going. That would free one up. Okay, then what? So I've got one more connector at my disposal. What's that gained me? Well, I could put a connector up here in principle. With one extra connector... a sort of 2 extra connectors. I'd have that one and another one down there that's not in use. With that, I would have enough connectors to go over the top here. Are there any problems with that idea? Hang on. If my proposed solution works, that is, if I'm standing on top of the box as it goes over, I can just walk off at any point, which I don't know to be the case, but if that is true, I don't need both fans to be going. I only need one fan to be going at a time. Because if the box was on here, and I was on top of the box, and the fan started, and I started going over and I walked off, it wouldn't matter that the fan over here wasn't working. But equally, it's difficult to see how I could time it. How could I time the jumping onto the... How could I time the starting of the fan so that I'm already on top of the box? I couldn't. That would be why I would need both fans running, so that the box keeps going from side to side, and I presumably stand on top of one of the fans, and once it lands, I then jump on it. Okay, that makes sense. That still doesn't help me get a connector on the outside. Let's check quickly. That seemed like I hit an invisible wall. Can I actually jump on top of here without activating the fan? Oh no, of course I can, because I can use these. Perhaps those switches are there for more than just getting players out of infinite loops. Perhaps they're actually there as part of solving the... as a necessary part for solving the puzzle. I'm not sure. No, I can't really stand on top though. It would still work if the fan was deactivated for a second. Wait, I can easily control when the fan's on. I just take the fan part off. So that would be that part of the puzzle solved. Okay, then I think the only remaining question is how do I get a connector out of these areas? If I could get one connector out, I think I could solve the entire thing. But the problem of getting the one connector out really isn't that dissimilar to the overall problem I'm trying to solve here, which is how to drop down there, because it means solving the problem of how can an object or a player move contrary to the draft of the fans. Maybe I don't need to. If I'm right, and if I'm right in so much as the solution involves riding the cube over the top and then jumping off of the cube, and this is assuming that that's allowed, so I know for a fact that if the player themselves, the player characters flung by the fans, they can't control what direction they go. They're forced to take the path of the flight. If a player on a box can, then that would mean that I wouldn't need both fans running, I would need only one fan running, and I could take the fan part off, as I suggested before, to deactivate the fan, put the box in the position I wanted it, jump on the box, put the fan part back, ride it over, jump down. That does contradict the tip I was given earlier, though, that both fans are needed. I think I'm going to try it anyway. Right, which side do I want to land on with the box? Oh, both fans are indeed needed. Okay, that's not the solution then. That's a shame. Once I have the box, there is actually an alternative way that I could connect up the connectors down here. but not with the box. But the box would be used, so I wouldn't then be able to do what I was planning. I still think riding the box over is a likely solution, but perhaps you do need both fans running. But as I say, that would mean I'd need to find another way to do the blow, which doesn't involve going over the top like this. And the only other way I can think to do it involves using the box, in which case I don't have the box to ride the fans. To ride on top of, following the fans' draft path. Alright, let's just try some things then. This may go terribly wrong, but there are some obvious experiments we could try. Oops, missed that. I'll have to get it. Actually, which side do I even want this on? Probably makes more sense that I have it on this side now I think about it, because I have a fan that works on that side. A fan that works even once this is taken away, I mean. Did you see what I just saw? I managed to drop it outside. Ha 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 ha! That wasn't even entirely deliberate. Where'd it go? I was riding around this way, so it must be about here? Ah, but I can't take it up! Oh no, this may actually be a very bad thing then. Oh, you're already well ahead of many others. Thank you, Gordita. It's not bad, okay. Thank you, I am glad to hear that. I'm going to take this opportunity to grab the box. Well, in theory, I was. Apparently I'm not well enough coordinated to do so. Let's try again. Just rubbing my face into the force field again. Got it. May as well drop that outside while I'm at it. A controller as opposed to a mouse and keyboard is an extra challenge. Wonderful. That may have been a very bad decision if it turns out that I need to ride the box. I would hope the developer, if I do need to be able to use these items inside, I would hope the developers left me a way to do that. It would be a bit cruel to make it so that one of the items has to stay inside, one of them has to be outside, and you grab them from the same place. What happens if I put this on here? Okay, it is actually blocked. I mean, that's what you'd expect. I can probably connect up the blue now. No, I can't. Maybe I can. I think I made a terrible decision and I probably wanted that box inside. Let's suppose that's the case. And let's suppose I'm right that the developers wouldn't have let me get myself stuck so easily. How would I get the box back in? Probably with extreme difficulty. I just want to check again. I haven't made this impossible, have I? Wait, do boxes float? I know this sounds really dumb, but no. That would have been convenient though. Why was it asking me if I wanted to reset? That's a bit strange. Perhaps some of the fences might be shorter than others, but if not, I'm afraid you've checkmated yourself. Oh no. Oh, and I'd have to do all that setup again. Hang on. That presents a possibility. Hold on. Are there other opportunities like that? Like here, for example. Ooh, for a second there I got the option. Hold on, which side do I want this on before I do it? Probably the other side, if either. Because since I have a working fan on this side, I could always get it over the other side if I needed to. If I disconnect this briefly, stick that there. No, not what I meant. I think it wants a reset because it recognises the box is outside. Yeah. This is going considerably worse all of a sudden. I'm not quite sure what the essential difference is. Perhaps it is just that with that connector there, it doesn't like me jumping straight onto the fence. Thank you, Cordita. Will that do? No. Wonderful. Right. Oh, maybe the... I wonder if the box is happy. Just hovering in the middle, even if my character isn't. Right, that goes there. We worry about that again once we have the blue sorted. Right, let's sort the blue. How am I going to do this then? A very good question. I do technically have access to different elevations now. That might be enough, actually. Ooh, okay. Is there anything here that's going to get stuck? Yes. Let's just move this through here. Even though I don't think I need it, I'll move it over there so that when I take this gemma, it's not stuck somewhere useless. Right, that needs to come down. I should now be able to set that up somewhere like over here, maybe? Yeah, that looks like that'll work. In fact, while I'm at it, let's do both of them. That way I don't need the gemma there in the future if I manage to set this up. Wonderful. Now I have the connector on the outside. You connect to there. Where else are you connecting up to? Connecting up there. Okay, that's not a great angle. That's really not a great angle. It's got to be somewhere along here, really. Perhaps this is why we have a connector free. The connector that was in the other area that I just moved so the jammer didn't cut it off. If I put that somewhere like there, can I... Can I connect it up to there and here without crossing? I think I need to change the placement here. Right, grab that. That connects to that. How far along can I place it? Actually, quite a long way. Oops, of course I can't move that any further. Right, that can go there then. we connect that up to there. Oh no, that's not going to work, is it? Let's try even lower elevation. Like here. Ooh. I think we may have it. Right, I need to take this over the other side. So temporarily, let's move this out of the way. Reconnect this. Grab this. Now go back over. Now we connect everything up over here. That to that to that. And this might be it. Fingers crossed. Oh. Making a complete fool of myself again. Oh. I think we've got this solved as soon as I manage to actually hit that switch. To take up arms against of sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. I assume that's a quote. I don't know where from where. One day I'll be free. Got it. Right, that goes down. That just went back in. Down. That goes there. It's Hamlet, but appropriate here. Very nice. Right, what am I doing before I place this? I suppose I'm waiting till I'm about halfway and then I'm trying to abandon ship. Ta-da! Oh my goodness. Thank you, Admiral. Sorry, Admiral. And thank you for all the help and support. And thank you too, Gordita. Goodness me. That certainly was a challenging one, I have to admit. Gordita was trying to spoil the intended solution of a mid-air box collision. Another way is to oppose the box by crashing in the middle over the star. Oh. See, I was thinking when I jumped off of that, why did I need both fans working? Surely I could have done it with one fan, if all it required was for me to walk off. Interesting that the intended solution was a collision with the box. Well, to be fair, I did bury the clue in the quote from Shakespeare. Indeed you did. And a very cultured thing it was to do too. Question is, there's one more star in this area that I don't think I have. Do I do it now or do I do it at the start of next Talos stream? Yeah, just one more. Most obscure thing you could think of. Which one was it? I remember the puzzle, I just forgotten its location. Here it was. And it was just a matter of getting a red beam there. But the odd thing was there were no red beams and there were no red sources in the area, so far as I recall. Do I remember the solution to this? At the very least, I'll set this up. Such that I have access to the entire puzzle. By the way, you could use this room as a blue source for the puzzle and crater, aiming at the suspended connector in the very middle. Oh, interesting. What do I have to do here? I solved this last time. Embarrassingly, I think I've forgotten. Oh, it was probably something like that. Oh yeah, and I'd set up the connector ahead of time. That's somewhat obvious now I think about it. Then that goes there. Put that down. Then you can get the gem out. Wait. That has to stay up. Oh, then I get the other gemmer. That was it. That goes there. Which means I don't need this anymore. These both go in here. Right. Then what? What was that for? That presumably does that force field. What would this do? Oh, that connects to something. That connects. Oh, that also does this force field, does it? Presumably that's so that I can do something along these lines. And then I don't need these anymore. Oh, I probably should have connected that one up as well while I was at it. Okay, let me put that back briefly. So it needs to connect to there, 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 and there. And now these aren't needed. That gets disabled. That lets me through. What was the trick here? Was it this old trick? I think so. Yep, that was it. Whoop. I must have disabled the wrong thing. Jammed the wrong thing even. That goes there. This comes around here. That jams that. That grabs that. Now we have both the jammers we need for the two hovering bombs. But I never figured out how to get the red source there. The fact there's a window here feels like a massive clue. But I was hoping that I would discover a floating source of red that would be suspended extremely high or something like that, which I never did. Looks like there might be somewhere through there. Interestingly enough. I take it I can't just... No, of course not. Light from lasers do tend to shoot from far, far away at the speed of light, strangely enough. So I can probably get one in from there then. Yes, I almost certainly could. I've quite forgotten. Was there a way I could get a connector to this bit? I don't think there was. So the best I can probably do is through one of those windows. Right, I'm aiming for that door down there, aren't I? Although, yeah, I don't think there is a better angle. So I suppose it's got to be about here. Right, so I can probably make a connection here now. Where was I before? Was it here? Don't know if I'll be able to get that angle though. It's worth a go. Can I liberate my connectors? Possibly. I think if there's a way, I'll have to go back. Well, wrong one. I think I'll have to go back the way I came and pull them through. Oops. That goes there. This goes here. Oh no. If I'm doing this in reverse, that needs to go there. Now I've got them both on the side I want them. I can pull that away. Wonderful. Now the question becomes, can I grab all of these? There's only 2 of them. And so yes, I think the answer is I can. I'll need to hold this open though. That goes there. That goes there. Keep them as close to that force field as possible. Right, what now? Probably open that up. Now I want that in a different position, don't I? Open that up. Carefully grab that. We'll pull these through the easy way. And now we'll worry about the jammers. Right, this needs to keep that open. There we go. I think I've got them through now. One step closer. Right. Now, what connection, if any, can I make here? Not having much luck, am I? What I'll do then is I'll try it in reverse. I'll put this one down first and I'll see if I can make a connection to it from the other side. That's probably the easier way to do it. If I wasn't an android, I'd probably be pretty fit doing all this running about. Nah, I feel like I need a connector around here to do a proper job of it. Not definitely, but it does seem like it would make things easier. Maybe if I aim with the mouse instead. By the way, you should 100% place a mod after you've done with the DLC if the game leaves you wanting for more. I might do so. I'm a little concerned. Oh, hello. I think that might be a connection. I hope that's to the right thing. Looks plausible. Yes, I do try to play a variety of games, so I'm a little concerned about doing too much Talos all in one long marathon. But I'm not entirely opposed to the idea either. Oh yeah, I've got a ladder to get back. Ha. Alright, next thing then is to... I think we discovered before that jammers will actually jam things even if they haven't selected anything, as long as they're pointing in the right direction. So I think I won't be blown up if having left things the way I have. They're not looking particularly jammed, are they? Oh no, that's a problem. I think my best hope is that I can sneak around this corner. And we did it! Thank you. Though, if you have any recommendations for particular mods, then I'm sure I could spend a stream looking at those. I did get the star. I think that was last stream that I did that. Thank you, Good Eater. And thank you, everyone that helped me this stream. And everyone that just came to watch. Right, I'd probably better call it there, since it's getting quite late. Oh. Addy Morel says, Rebirth, Renamo Puzzles 1 and maybe 2. Oh, that's alright, Penky. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Right, so next stream is Wednesday. That's Poetry and Riddles, which I do every Wednesday. Friday is going to be the next Talos stream, and Saturday, and presumably Monday. I doubt I'll have this DLC complete in just 2 more streams. All of those will be from 4 o'clock BST, British Summer Time. Oh, thank you, Good Eater. And yeah, I really do... Ooh, I have someone else to thank. Just bear with me one moment. Thank you for the follow, Addy Morale. I do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all of you that come to watch my streams. and have a very happy rest of your Easter. Good night.